Dalipe.
Prioritizing domestically uniform warehousing and inventory system for all government procuring entities, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, introduced by Senator Tolentino. Senate Bill number 619, an act amending Section 53 of Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, introduced by Senator Tolentino. Senate Bill number 692, an act to pursue the Armed Forces of the Philippines Modernization Program, amending for this purpose Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, introduced by Senator Revilla. Senate Bill number 1023, an act amending Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, withdrawing from its application all references to the local government units, introduced by Senator Estrada. Senate Bill number 1123, an act abolishing the Department of Budget and Management Procurement Service or PS DBM for other purposes, introduced by Senator Marcos. Senate Bill number 1802, an act abolishing the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management, PSDBM, and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Tolentino. Senate Bill number 1803, an act amending Section 23 of Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, providing for eligibility of bidders in the procurement of goods and infrastructure projects and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Tolentino. Senate Bill number 2272, an act amending Sections 3, 17, and 43 of the Republic Act number 1984, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, providing for requirements of full transparency and full disclosure in the supply of agreements or purchase in contracts entered into by the government of the Philippines and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Tolentino. Senate Bill number 2466, an act revising Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes, introduced by Senators Angara, Villanueva, Gatchalian, and Villar. Senate Bill number 2527, an act providing for a value for money procurement, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Pimentel. House Bill number 9648, an act providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9184, introduced by Representative F.M. Romualdez, Representative E. Maceda, and Representative A. Gonzales et al. The committee would also like to acknowledge the following resource persons present. For the Department of Budget and Management, we have Director Attorney Tricia Baraan. For the Procurement Service DBM, we have Executive Director Attorney Dennis Santiago, together with Attorney Philip Joseph Vera Cruz. For the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Service, we have Executive Director Rowena Candice M. Ruiz, together with Deputy Executive Director Maria Junecia Rivera Guillermo, and Attorney John Benedict Tigson. For the Department of the Interior and Local Government, we have Director Elnora Velasco of the Administrative Service and Leslie B. Cañafranca. For the Department of Transportation, we have Division Chief Eugene R. Cecilio. For the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we have Assistant Secretary for Planning and Procurement, Gerald James B. Reyes, and Director Philip Duwag Cortez. For the Philippine International Trading Corporation, we have OIC Vice President. For Procurement Outsourcing Services Group, we have Myra Chitela Alvarez, and OIC Department Manager, Attorney Roxanne Marie Cruz Dinoy. For the defense sector, we have, for the Department of National Defense, we have Director and Legislative Liaison Officer Nicole M. Bacolod. For the National Security Council, we have OIC Assistant Director General Finance for Finance and Administration Office, Richelle U. Raimundo Remandaban. For the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have Ms. Marian Bringas, Jason Jovencio Anasarias. And for the Philippine National Police, we have Police Major General Mario A. Reyes, Director for Logistics. Police Brigadier General Westimundo Obinque, Acting Director for Research and Development. Police Brigadier General Arthur Llamas, Director, PNP Legal Service. For the Bureau of Fire Protection, we have Chief Inspectors Nina May Soronda and Maricar Bernardino. We also have for PSDBM, Attorney Jen Maris Entredicho Caong, Director of the Procurement Service, Maria Teresita Semana, and Aaron Christian Apostol. For the DTI Strategic Trade Management Office, we have OIC Chief Alethea Bravo. For the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation, we have OIC Procurement Division Chief Drusela Tejus. For the joint venture of Nash Enterprises and Girsan Makina V. Hafif Sila Santik AS, we have CEO and CEO Mary Jane Rojas. For A-Hold Tech Corporation, we have VP for Finance Don Edward Simon. For the health sector, we have for the Department of Health, Chief Administrative Officer Concepcion Libiran. For the Department of Science and Technology, we have Assistant Secretary for Administrative and Legal Affairs, Dr. Diana Ignacio. Dun Alfredo Celestial, Supervising Administrative Officer. For the National Academy of Science and Technology, we have Academician William Padulina. For the UPLB College of Public Affairs and Development, we have Professor Nelson Jose Vincent Quirejero and alumnus Joshua Israel Sumage. For the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, we have Mr. Joseph Vergara, Head of the PhilHealth Procurement Office and Secretariat for BACS in the head office. For the Philippine Cancer Center, we have Medical Officer Janice Ann Mandapat Sanchez. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, we have Department Manager Emma Mariano, Chief Administrative Officer Maria Catherina Benedictus. For Roche Diagnostics Philippines, we have Healthcare System Partner Faith Febes Murilla. For Zwilig Pharma Corporation, we have Head of Market Government Affairs, Mike Alzona. For the education sector, we have, for the Second Congressional Commission on Education, we have Chief Legal Officer Attorney Joseph Noel Estrada. For the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, we have Attorney Luz Wiminda Rosales, Vice President for Administration and Finance. For the University of the Philippines System, we have Vice Chancellor for Research and Development, Carl Udulio. Attorney Risa Ofilada. For the College of Science, we have Dean Giovanni Tapang, Associate Dean Isa Yu, Associate Dean Deo Onda, Deputy Director for the UP Marine Science Institute, Dr. Irene Rodriguez. For the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance, we have its Dean, Dr. Christopher Berce, and Assistant Professor Herisadel P. Flores. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Comsec David. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some of the committee officials. Senior Vice Chair Amy Marcos is here, ma'am. Good morning. And Vice Chair Risa Hontiveros, Deputy Minority Leader is also here. Good morning, ma'am. Once again, salamat po for coming today. And for those who participated in the 10 TWG sessions, thank you very much. Particular mention to the staff, to the DBM, the PSDBM, the GPPB, UP officials from the I think President Willie Podolina was there for many of them also. The UP, some of the agencies, the Coast Guard. So maraming salamat, and once again, thank you for being here this morning. Medyo marami tayo this morning. So if we could ask you to keep your remarks somewhat brief, and we assure you that we will read your position papers, because this is not the sort of bill that lends itself to, to very long discussions. I mean, it will take a long discussion, but if we want to have a well-discussed bill, then we have to kind of go around the table and get everyone's sentiments. So maybe I'll give the floor to some of our vice chairs who are also authors of the 13 bills mentioned by the COMSEC earlier. So maybe we'll go with Senior Vice Chair Marcos first, if she wishes to make any introductory remarks.
Yes, thank you very much. Just very quickly, Senate Bill 1122 is a twin bill, also calling upon the Congress to abolish the Department of Trade and Industries, PITC, 1122 yon. Ito naman yung SBN 1123, abolishing the DBM-PS. I'm familiar with both the agencies because both were creations during my father's time. And in both cases, particularly with 1123, it was an Ilocano effort to save some money. And that was LOI 755, so that we could buy wholesale and make things much cheaper for the procurement of all the different agencies. The bill is a very simple one. Senator Tolentino filed a similar bill, and we simply wanted to get rid of both agencies who had become, unfortunately, the site of the notorious parking habits of some of our agencies. Among them included were the AFP, DOH, and others, and they then acquired a very unsalubrious reputation, which also has been the reason for so many investigations. The other reason, of course, is that there is small procurement now, small items procurement in all the agencies, even in local government. And there are suppliers rife throughout the countryside. And the instinct or the propulsion to save money through wholesale is not so overwhelming given the availability of online and other services. So that was the reason for that. And also, may I also add that among the bills is Senator Angara's, our chairman's, 2466 for the Government Procurement Reform Act. I'd like to invoke my age and experience, having been part and parcel of the first group that pushed this forward together with his father, Senator Edgardo Angara then, and I was vice chairman for the minority. So we have a crying need for this, and I am hopeful that despite its complications and controversy, we can pass it quickly in this Congress. Thank you po.
Thank you very much.
May I be included as co-author?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's been an honor. Salamat, Senator Amy, for that bit of history as well on the measure. Would give us a proper perspective. Thank you. I think I've been informed that the bill, the twin bill of your measure for PSDBM, the one for PITC, has been referred to the Trade Committee. Yeah, that's Senator Mark Villar. Yeah, so I know the similar intent. In fact, you've also proposed provisions in the General Appropriations Act to avoid these transfers in the past, along with Senator Drilon. So thank you for that. Vice Chair and Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa, any introductory remarks, ma'am?
Salamat, Chair. Maikli lamang po. So, salamat sa Chair sa pagdinig ng marami-rami ng mga magkakatulad na bills. Kasama na po nitong representasyon, Senate Bill number 590, an act prioritizing domestically manufactured vehicles in public procurement, na siguro kaagad may kaugnayan sa Tatak Pinoy Law na kapapasa lamang ng Chair. Meron din pong harinawa urgent na halaga din, kaugnay ng ongoing at hirap na hirap para sa ating mga jeepney drivers at operators na PUV modernization program. And of course, longer term, kaugnay din ng ibang mga batas tulad ng sagip-saka at mga finance and budget reforms na ating isinusulong. So looking forward very much to these hearings, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate the mention of those measures, which some are somehow paved the way for to help our domestic manufacturers. So I'd like to turn it over already to our resource persons, and once again, thanks. But just to maybe hopefully we'll address some of these some points which will address these, and maybe if you could maybe tackle them. Of course, we'd like to hear from the best practices of your respective agencies, since there's a wide spectrum or type of bidding experience around the table in terms of bidding types and processes. No, so I've never been a member of a BAC, or I've never been a head of an executive agency. So I'm really looking forward to hearing all of your testimonies about best practices. And I've heard are a lot of complaints about the existing law, and maybe we've tried to address many of those with the help of our Dr. Legaspi is also here. Hello, thank you for the help of PGH. So I think we'd like to address a lot of those, and there are a lot of innovations. I think credit to the TWG, the Technical Working Group, for coming up with a lot of new procurement modes and strategies. Competitive dialogue, unsolicited officer with bid matching, direct acquisition, direct sales, procurement involving R&D, higher thresholds for shopping and small value procurement, among others, early procurement activities, which is already actually being done. So, and a lot of the innovations already implemented by the DBM, the GPPB, the PS-DBM have already, we've sought to institutionalize them in the law. So we have features like the engagement of a procurement agent. We have the most economically advantageous responsive bid, or MEARB. This is to address the law's seemingly inflexible bias for the lowest calculated bid, where maybe lower quality goods, which are less durable or less of lesser quality, we're forced to buy those given the inflexibility in the law, which was obviously unintended. We have the concept of a life cycle procurement, meaning the bill recognizes the whole life cycle of a procurement project, from acquisition, the operation, the maintenance, and the disposal of the goods. Then we have the professionalization of the BAC, so some provisions on that. Grant of honoraria, the establishment of a procurement unit, and the priority given to back duty, like similar to jury duty. We've put it there in the law, similar to jury duty in the US, where you drop everything and you're excused from everything. Training, capacity building, etc. Professionalization, the domestic preference as embodied in the bills of Senator Risa, and of course certain provisions to give flexibility for certain types of biddings, like I think research and development, education materials, where they have peculiar sectoral needs. So just some of the features, just a quick run through some of the features, Your Honors. Now we'll turn it over to our resource persons, and from our national government agencies and the leagues of the local governments and local government units. Can we hear first from the PS-DBM, who've been very, very helpful, and we thank them. Executive Director Dennis Santiago is here with Director Entradicho Kaong and Director Vera Cruz. Magandang umaga po sa ating mga kasama from PS-DBM. Director Santiago, thank you very much for the help you've extended to this committee. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the members of the committee, Senator Marcos and Senator Hontiveros. Good morning po. With respect po dun sa modes of procurement and the proposals po on the new or revised procurement law, we have really introduced a lot of measures that would open up and put more flexibility on government contracting, especially with the use of the fit-for-purpose procurement or proportionality. So ang ibig pong sabihin ay we will be using modalities that are most useful to the government, ano po, because the experience, as mentioned earlier by the chair, maraming reklamo on RA 9184. So right now, what we have in the bill would be competitive bidding as one of the modalities of procurement. Under RA 9184 po, competitive bidding is the primary mode of procurement, such that when you make use of alternative modalities, you know, they it's perceived to be, or it raises a red flag already if you make use of any alternative methods of procurement, even if they are really useful or fit for the purpose or fit for the time that is being used. No, may nire-raise na ka, dapat i-competitive bidding muna bago alternative method. So here in this bill po, competitive bidding will be one of the modes of procurement, no, co-equal with the other modalities po, to allow government agencies to procure really, and then to, of course, churn and help push forward with our economy, especially to bounce back from the effects of the pandemic. Ano po. So we have introduced concepts of direct acquisition, direct sales, no, which we can explain later on how, when clarifications are made by agencies po. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, and then a brief introduction only to the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure it's not the last time we'll hear from you. Director will be constantly consulting you. From the GPPB, also very helpful to us. And again, we extend our thanks. We have Executive Director Arwena Weng Candice Ruiz with Deputy Executive Director Maria Rivera Guillermo. Good morning, ma'am. You have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor, and Senator Angara, Senator Risa, and Senator Amy. On the part of the GPPB-TSO, I think at the heart po of our proposal to amend 9184 is the need to really professionalize our procurement officers. Base po sa pag-aaral namin, mga 23% lamang po ang may procurement unit sa ating bansa. So, bakit po ganon? Ngayon po kasi, hindi po siya required or mandatory. Kailangan pong mag-request ng mga ahensya sa DBM para po mag-create ng mga procurement unit. Second, yung pong nakikreate na naman po ng procurement unit, panay admin position lamang po ang naibibigay. Meron na pong pag-aaral si late former Secretary Emilia Bongco din dito na nagsasabi na kailangan po talaga nating maglagay ng mga technical position up to the managerial level for procurement. Bakit po? Often po ang tanong sa amin, pwede ba kaming mag-refuse na maging back member or maging back sec or maging back TWG? Dahil po ang hinaing ng mga practitioners is kapag ka-membro ka ng back, yung isa daw pong paa nila ay nasa hukay na dahil siguradong sila'y makakasuhan. So, yun po yung concern na kahit po siguro taon-taon kami mag-training, nagkakaroon pa rin po ng problema kasi wala pong permanent back positions kung saan sila po yung mag-institutionalize ng mga magagandang practices ng bawat ahensya sa procurement. Kasi po ang procurement very dynamic. Hindi nyo po pwedeng basta kopyahin lang yung procurement ni DND, gagayahin ni DILG, magkakaiba po yan. So importante po yan yung institutionalization. Maganda rin po to curb some issues on corruption. Bakit po? Sinasabi natin, sa procurement, wala pa po kayo na po procure, may corruption na. Kasi may conflict of interest eh. Hindi mo kailangan magkaroon ng procurement activity bago magkaroon ng corruption. Paano po nagkakaroon ng conflict of interest or yung mga gray areas sa procurement na tinatawag natin? Kasi nga po, yung minsang na ilalagay po halimbawa na sa back member or mga dinidesignate, pwede pong yun po yung mga taong gusto ng mga appointing authorities. Kapag po na-professionalize na, isa po sa aming pinopropose is meron pong licensing or certification. Ibig sabihin, bago ka pa ma-appoint doon sa posisyon na yon, meron ka talagang sapat na competency, nagkaroon ka ng lisensya para mag-undertake niyan. Kaya po as early as now, nag-launch na po kami ng Procurement Professionalized Online Hub para doon na po magre-register lahat ng ating existing procurement professional para bago pa po maipasa yung bill, hinahanda na po namin sila sa certification at licensing requirement in the future. Kasi po like with other countries na nag-undertake po ng professionalization, it would take really 5 to 10 years bago mo ma-professionalize ang procurement officer sa isang bansa. So yun po yung gusto po namin talagang ma-emphasize na importante. Dahil ma-address po niya yung delay, ma-address niya po yung kailangang mabilis na procurement, ma-address niya po yung issues ng corruption. If we have a really professionalized procurement officers with the right salary, with the right position po to undertake the responsibilities of procurement. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. And since you mentioned it already, let's also, if you can suggest safeguards, given that we're innovating here. So if may naisip kayong safeguards to safeguard against corruption and to ensure the government gets the best deal possible, then that's most welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Ruiz, Director Ruiz. Can we hear from the ICT? We have ASEC Gerald James Reyes. Yeah, ASEC, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Morning.
Senators. Ma'am, sir, in the part of the ICT, we are in full support of this bill, and we are excited actually for its implementation so that we would be able to address a lot of the needs of the department, specifically on procuring highly technical projects, which we find difficult at times when it is already specified for a specific supplier. We are actually would like to give our full support on this bill, sir. Yan po. Thank you.
Thank you. I
Mr.
think,
Chair, quick
yeah, of course,
manifestation.
anytime.
Salamat,
Senator
Mr. Chair. Mamaya po kasi nandito na rin ang DICT. Gusto ko rin magtanong kung meron na po tayong roadmap even for digital procurement. So at the proper time, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Maybe they can prepare for that already. And if
Thank
they have
you,
an
Chair.
answer, of course, we'll welcome it. Would you like to answer that now, Asik, or mamaya na? Mamaya na, okay. We have DBM Director Andrea Celine Maglalas. Hello.
Good morning po, Mr.
Morning, Attorney.
Chair. So for the DBM po, as the mother agency of the GPP-BTSO and the procurement service, we are here to support the bill. We are looking at not only establishing the internal controls for corruption, but also to make sure that the procurement law will be able to support the procurement of different government agencies. We want them to look at this not as a stumbling block or a hindrance, but rather something that would facilitate them to achieve the goals of their offices. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very well put. And again, thank you for the help of DBM during the TWG. DILG Director Elnora Velasco. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honors. The DILG fully supports the legislative intent behind po the mandatory bills. And we have submitted, sir, last February 2, our position paper on this. And we are happy to be working hand in hand, active participating the GPPB and TSO's endeavors, sir, and this honorable body. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. DOTR Director Eugene Cecilio.
Good morning po, Senator Angara, Senator Risa Hontiveros, and Senator Marcos. The DOTR fully supports this measure. This will reinforce our current procurement practices in the department. And we will also be submitting our official position paper. But on two notes lang po, Senator, we would like to add lang sana some points lang. First is meron kasi tayo dito sa pag na-award na natin yung contract, we have only 5 days to submit all procurement documents to COA. Maybe we can add additional days kasi pag nagkasabay-sabay po talaga yung procurement,
Mabigat.
we're having a hard time to cope
What
up
do you
dun sa
suggest?
5 days.
What do you suggest?
Siguro, sir, mga 15 days siguro will be enough kung pwede lang.
Is that working days or days talaga yon? Days.
Yung 5 days po kasi working days pero
Okay.
ang hirap pa rin makakope up po dun sa 5 days.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
another point din po, Senator, add lang po namin, although ilalagay naman namin sa position paper namin, yung sa competitive dialogue, maybe we can just incorporate this in the procurement planning and budget linkage provision under Section 7 of the Republic Act. Kasi yung computer dialogue, I think this will help us in the finalization of our ABC and the finalization of our technical specifications, terms of reference, or scope of work in case of infrastructure. Ang napansin po kasi namin every time we conduct a pre-bid, sandamukal po kasi yung mga queries ng bidders. So kung may dialogue po talaga before the conduct of bidding, mas ma-address sila ng maaga and mas smooth po yung procurement process. That's all po.
Isn't that covered by yung conference? The procurement conference, isn't that covered?
Pre-bid po.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for those suggestions. What do you think?
Your Honor, yung po kasing pre-bid conference natin, to my mind, late na po siya nangyayari kasi nakapag-post ka na. Kaya po nilagay namin yung mandatory market scoping kasi dapat po bago ka nagpo-post, ready ka na.
Okay.
Yung clarifications na lang ang gagawin nyo with the supplier dun sa mga details. Hindi yung doon mo palang malalaman na may iba na palang bagong technology kailangan mong gamitin, wala na pala yung item na nilagyan mo ng specifications. Kasi po kung titignan natin, dapat po from posting to opening, 20 days lamang po yan nakasaad sa ating rules. Pero in reality po, doon po humahaba. Bakit po? Pagka-post po, babawiin po minsan yan ng back. Tapos next year na ulit magpo-post kasi ang dami nilang kailangan ayusin. So minsan nagpo-post pa lang, parang may failure na in the sense, no? Sa pag-aaral po namin around 15%.
Mhm.
Kasi po, babaguhin o i-overhaul uli yung procurement. So that's another procurement cycle po. So mas maganda po kung before pa i-post, talagang nakausap mo na. Kailangan po importante yung supplier engagement po sa procurement na medyo hindi po tayo medyo kagalingan doon as of now.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Back to yeah, go ahead, Senator Amy. Yeah.
Pwede ba ipagbawal rin ng TRO ng losing bidder?
I'm sure the agencies will welcome that because
Nakakabaliw na rin maliban pa dyan sa mga magulong conference na yan na walang nangyayari at huling-huli na. Pwede ba pagbawal yung paghihiganti pagkatapos?
yeah, what do you think? Of course, there's that the Supreme
Yes.
Court always says that grave abuse clause on the Constitution that they can advert to or refer to. But yeah, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Senator, I mean,
Wala nga natatalo sa Pilipinas,
sa
diba?
bill natin,
Whether election or bidding, walang natatalo sa Pilipinas, di ba?
except by the Supreme Court po, no TRO shall be issued po by the lower courts. Sana po. Naka-propose po sa bill natin.
Ano ba yung ganon?
Sa infra po kasi, mayroon hong
Sa high profile,
prohibition.
yeah, di ba? Sa high profile.
Ngayon po sa goods, pagka natalo, pupunta sa court and then
yeah.
TTRO ko yung project, hindi tayo natutuloy. Ganun po.
Sige, let's look into that, no? As to di ba sa BOT law, there are or the amendatory laws, there are only it's not a prohibition on TROs but a limitation, di ba? Meaning CA lang yata and SC or if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Director.
Nabanggit niyo po, Your Honor, earlier, ano pa yung mga safeguards. Isa po sa pag-aaral ng PIDS kung bakit mataas pa rin po ang corruption sa procurement. Kasi wala pong recourse ang mga supplier. That's number one. They have to go to courts. And if they go to court, it would take decades bago po ang ma-prosecute. So isa pong gap na nakikita namin na pwede pong kasi disincentive po sa suppliers na pagka natalo ako, wala akong recourse but then go to court. Kaya po nagiging practice po yung TRO sa RTC level kasi mas madaling makuha yon. So ang isa po naming nakitang gap is kasi wala po tayong administrative appeal sa Pilipinas. So unlike in other spheres po and even in other jurisdictions, other spheres ibig sabihin po sa labor, meron kang arbiters, tayo po wala po tayong ganong equivalent. Sa iba pong bansa, meron din po silang concept ng admin appeal. Tayo po wala. Kasi nga po ang nangyayari is yung mismong head of agency rin ang magde-decide sa protest. So sila din na magde-decide sa action ng kanilang back. After that, you have to go to courts. As you mentioned, probably for mga high-profile procurement, pwedeng pumunta sa court, they have the capacity. But for most suppliers, they will just not resort to court. They will probably resort to TRO or worse, they will just not join in public procurement. Kasi na-disincentivize na po sila in that particular regard.
What is the best practice worldwide? If there's a lack of administrative appeal, do you recommend it? Because that will prolong it, obviously. That will prolong the process.
Meron po kasi tayong pwedeng lagyan ng threshold. Ibig pong sabihin, for mga small or a certain amount of procurement, pwede pong may admin appeal na lang and for certain grounds. Hindi naman po yung dahil natalo ka, pwede ka na agad mag-appeal. We should be able to filter ano po yung mga pwedeng dumaan sa admin appeal process para meron po silang recourse. Isa pong international best practices, merong recourse sa supplier other than the procuring entity. Tayo po kasi, ang una niyang recourse is the procuring entity itself. And the second recourse is go to courts. As you would all understand po, in procurement, the last thing you want is to go to court. Because in procurement, you want to actually procure. If you have to go to court, most likely you won't be able to actually successfully procure that undertaking.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a closer look at that siguro going forward. Are you done, Director Cecilio? Okay na. Thank you for the suggestions. PITC, OIC Vice President for Procurement Outsourcing Services Group, Myra Chitela Alvarez. Yeah, morning.
Good morning, Senator Angara, Senator Amy, and Senator Hontiveros. In behalf of PITC, we fully support po yung Senate action in amending the RA 9184, specifically po dun sa engagement with the procurement agent. We understand po, binention po ni Attorney Ruiz kanina na may mga agencies po na walang procurement office. So we would like to assist this office in their procurement activities because we understand that there are underspending in the procurement utilization of the budget of the agencies, which redound to the economic slowdown. So yun po yun. And or other agencies may have their own bids and awards committee, ma'am, but due to volume of procurement requirements, hindi po nila matapos yung kanilang procurement activity. So we would like to assist them in undertaking this activity, sir. Thank you, sir.
Senator Amy, that's a good, I think on the side you raised something very prevalent.
Napakatagal kong gobernador. Paano gagawin kapag nagka-cartelize yung mga supplier? Kabaliktaran naman ang sinasabi ni Ma'am Ruiz. Yung nagda-dive, na wala namang balak, na gumanap nung hindi talaga sila magsusupply, pero ida-dive nila, babagsak yung presyo, tapos nagkukumplot sila later on na in fact magva-variation na lang yan, tapos change order, lumulobo yung presyo, hindi matatapos yung programa, lahat happy at kumikita. Paano ba yun?
Anyone want to venture an answer? Yeah, Director.
Yun po kasing sa infrastructure, inherent po kasi talaga ang variation order eh. Ang critical po kasi dyan, yung pong PMO na nag-approve ng variation order. So, like po kami ngayon, meron po kaming experience sa construction, kung hindi mo po talaga tututukan, kahit ano po talaga maipapasok dun sa variation order. Pag tinanggal mo naman po kasi yon, you're going to make it very rigid. So, ang mangyayari, pwedeng hindi matapos yung construction kasi hindi ka makagalaw. On the part of the goods naman po.
Teka, Ms. Ruiz, di ba meron ka namang idea sa POW mo? May idea naman kung magkano yun.
Agree,
Pag
ma'am.
nag-dive siya ng 20-30%, pagduda ka na, di ba?
Agree po, ma'am. Kaya po, dun po, meron po tayong tinatawag na bill of quantities. Nakalita niya pong lahat yon. Kasi po sa infrastructure, meron ka munang design. Yung design na yon ang mag-identify ng mga detalye ng construction mo at doon magbibid si contractor, maglalagay ng amount. So kaya nga po sinabi ko kanina, nasa PMO po yan eh. So sila po makakakita.
Pero di ba notorious na rin ang gobyerno na pag naglagay tayo ng bill at saka yung mga supplies, ang baba-baba ng presyo, kaya nagiging rampant rin yung failure of bidding. Sang katutak na failure of bidding, mula sa lokal hanggang sa national, parating failure, ang baba natin mag-estimate eh.
Agree po, ma'am. In fact, ma'am, sa goods nga po, kabaligtaran po yung sa goods naman po, kabaligtaran po yung nakita naming trend ngayon. Sa pag-aaral po namin, combination na po to ng goods and infra, sa pag-aaral po namin, as low as 50% po ang variance. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun? 100 million po yung ABC, ang na-award 50 million. Ang na-award 60 million. Pareho din po yan sa naging pag-aaral ng UNOPS. Bakit po nagiging ganun po yung kalakaran ngayon? Mali po yung ABC. Kadalasan po kasi over time, ang practice po ng agency, slide over plus 10%. Slide over plus a certain amount for inflation. Pero hindi po kasi lahat ng produkto tumataas. Kaya po, ang nangyayari, over time po kasi, lalo na kung nagkakaroon ng failure, akyat lang po sila ng akyat. Bakit po? Kasi po maaari, kulang po talaga yung market scoping. Lalo na po sa mga ICT projects or kahit hindi po ICT, marami na po kasing competition ngayon sa yung iteration po ng mga products natin, napakabilis na. Kaya it's very possible, yung presyo mo last year, bumaba na. Pero ang ginagawa po ng mga ahensya is yung pong slide over plus 10% or X number. Kaya nga po sinasabi namin, kailangan po talaga doon sila matrain pa. Ano ba yung mga tamang market scoping na strategies para yung ABC mo, hindi siya mababa, hindi siya mataas, sakto lang. Hindi rin po kasi namin marirekomenda ang certain amount kung saan pagka masyadong mababa dito, hindi mo na i-award. Bakit po? That will be against competition. Kasi po, the essence of competition is you let the market players dictate. So kung magkakaroon po tayo ng specified amount, kahit po sabihin yung over a given time baguhin natin, para pong tayo yung nagdi-dictate sa merkado. Kasi sinasabi natin na up to this amount lang dapat, otherwise hindi mo pwedeng i-award. So kaya nga din po yung isa pong pag-uusap namin sa COA, hindi rin po siguro dapat magkaroon ng amount ang COA na pag ganito ang difference sa ABC is dapat i-audit na. Kasi nga po, dapat tignan din ng COA, tama ba yung ABC, ano ba yung kalakaran sa merkado, kasi nakita po natin yan during the pandemic. Magkano po ang face mask before the pandemic. Noong November po, nung pag-aaral namin, it's just about 10 centavos. Nagkaroon lang po ng taal, kaya po medyo tumaas. Nung pong March, as high as 25 pesos, nung pong April, nag-100 na. So hindi mo po pwedeng isabihin na a certain amount lang dapat ang i-award natin kasi the market really decides eh. Hindi po tayo po pwedeng magdikta ng certain amount. So yun lamang po.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Risa.
Although of course, ma'am, yung health supplies ng pandemic, hindi naman perfect example. Kasi hindi naman market ang pangunahing kumilos dyan. No? Yung mga nagsasamantalang mga grupo na nakikorruption din talaga sa mga ilang nasa loob ng gobyerno. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Very much, Senator Risa. Next is, let's go to the defense sector, and we thank our uniformed men and women for being here today. From the DND, we have Director Nicole Bacolod with Colonel Saturnino Jaron. Morning.
To the Committee on Finance Chairperson, Honorable Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Risa Hontiveros, ma'am, good morning. Fellow workers in government, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We at the Department of National Defense welcome the timely intent of amending RA 9184, a law that has not been changed in the past 20 years. The threats we face today are different from 20 years ago. And although the department with Sec. Gibo Teodoro at the helm is fully committed in modernizing our assets and capabilities to respond to these threats, we need your help to attain the legal framework to do so. Amending RA 9184 ascertains that we are able to maximize acquisition of assets that will help our organization become agile against current and future threats. As you may be aware, we also have another bill that we are pushing, the SRDP or the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Law, which is now already for the Bicameral Conference Committee. These two laws are essential in streamlining our defense capabilities and ensuring a more responsive approach to our defense posture now and in the future. Our main job at the DND is to secure the nation and protect the people. And in order for us to fully and effectively do our mandate, we need to upgrade our capabilities. This necessitates voluminous work on acquisition planning, procurement, and logistical sustainment. So we sincerely thank you for consulting with the Defense Department and for giving us the opportunity to share our comments and recommendations regarding the amendment of RA 9184.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Risa.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang pong i-appreciate yung pagbanggit ni Director Nicole ng Self-Reliant Defense Posture
Enrolled bill, actually,
It's
now.
an enrolled bill.
Yeah, it's going to be sent for the President's signature. Yeah.
Opo, and it's one, as the Chair knows, that received bipartisan support
That's
here
right,
in the
that's right,
Senate
yeah.
from both the minority and of course,
Yeah.
the majority. At dahil na-appreciate po namin na pati po yun, maaring maging sangkap ng isang industrial policy, which the Chair's Tatak Pinoy bill also, for example, is trying to construct. Thank
Very
you,
well
Chair.
said. Very well said, Senator Risa. And we thank you for, again, the acknowledgement, and we second what you said about the bipartisan support for that. Para sa bayan talaga yun, and long awaited actually. And the Senate President, credit to him, really pushed, used his political capital with all the senators to push that forward. Talagang baby niya yun. So we thank him, and we thank you for supporting us for that. And when we have actually some innovations for the defense establishment, the allowance of kasi hindi, I think existing, pwede ba yung second hand sa existing? Pwede. But it's not in the law, no? Parang siguro sa
Meron lang po
regulations
issuance
yun na lang.
ang
You
DBM.
had an issuance, yeah. So now we're putting that in the law because I think there are some smaller nations. Not everyone can be a US or a China, and the smaller nations can purchase slightly used. But I think what we have to make sure is that there is a safeguard. Kasi baka lumang-luma na yung binibili natin eh. Kunwari, slightly used lang, pero gasgas na. And there have been cases in the past. So thank you. Can we hear from the PNP? We have Police Major General Mario Reyes with Police Brigadier General Westimundo Obinque and Police Brigadier General Arthur Llamas. Magandang umaga po, sirs.
Sir, good morning. Allow to Senators Angara and Senator Hontiveros, ma'am. Good morning. And to the fellow public servants. Allow me to read the opening statement of the PNP. On behalf of the entire PNP, led by its Chief Police General Benjamin Acorda Jr. The PNP Directorate for Logistics expresses sincere gratitude to the Senate Committee on Finance, joined with the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, National Defense and Security, Peace Unification and Reconciliation, Local Government and Civil Service Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation for inviting the PNP in this second public hearing on various bills that seek to introduce amendments to our procurement law and revise RA 9184. With your kind indulgence, Your Honors, allow us to begin our opening statement with the quotation from the American business management leader Tom Peters, lifted from his 2001 article titled "Leadership is Confusing as Hell." He said, "Leaders win through logistics, vision, sure, strategy, yes, but when you go to war, you need to have both toilet paper and bullets at the right place and at the right time. In other words, you must win through superior logistics." So, although this quotation, ma'am, refers to war, it's often cited by military men. The meaning of this quote can likewise be applied to other government agencies, such as the police force. For the PNP, therefore, procurement planning, equipment acquisition, infrastructure and facilities development, and managing supply lines are cornerstones of effective, efficient logistics. On this note, the PNP supports all the efforts of this august body, lahat mga amendments, ma'am. On strategic procurement planning, the PNP supports the objectives of Senate Bill 2466 and House Bill 9648 to allow fit for purpose and proportional procurement approaches, full life cycle planning, and mandatory market scoping. In fact, the PNP has the dedicated Procurement Management Committee. We have these best practices, ma'am, sirs. We have sa aming NSQ back, we have the Procurement Management Committee. We have the Procurement Management Committee, then the Bids and Awards Committee, and we have the Committee on Inspection and Acceptance. With TWG's tasked to conduct appropriate market survey analysis.
Parang malaki yung Senado, maraming committee.
Yes, sir. Para lang yung si Procurement Management Committee, sir, siya yung gumagawa ng procurement management, yung mga PPMP namin as a requirement for the APP na pinipirman ng ating head of the procuring entity. Now, yung CIA naman, sir, yun yung sa contract administrator natin. So it's not the BACO, it's the nag-monitor, but si contract administrator, siya nang bahala, siya na yung nag-monitor after na ng award of the contract until dun sa mga hanggang sa warranty na si CIA, Committee on Inspection and Acceptance, na siya rin yung chair ng si contract administrator ang chair ng CIA. Yan, ma'am. As regards to Senate Bill 9692, which is being proposed in the furtherance of the AFP modernization program, it has been the earnest aspiration of the PNP for Congress to also consider the enactment of a similar PNP modernization bill that will pave way for allowing our Bids and Awards Committee to pursue government-to-government procurements with another country. Kasi ma'am, as of now, we have done G2G, but nakapiggyback kami with the armed forces. We have different kinds of firearms. We have different short and long firearms. Mas as we would like to have just sabi nating iisang klase lang. We could not do that because of the referencing to brands. But if we have G2G, perhaps pwede kaming makakuha ng just one platform. Yun, ma'am, yung kwan namin.
One platform with the AFP?
Yes, sir. Posibleng interoperability with the armed forces and also dun sa aming equipment sa long and short firearms namin, iisang klase lang. Let's just say galing lang ng ganitong country, yung na hindi yung lahat ay nakakapag-participate because of the yung sa lowest calculated bid.
Okay. Sige, we'll take a look at that. Yung PNP reorganization, that has nothing to do. You don't have any provisions there that you can insert to amend your current practices. Kakapasa lang nun di ba? Yung PNP.
Iba kasi sir na this is about the sa government to government. Kung pwede kaming maging just like the armed forces, pwede rin kaming mag G2G.
Hindi, pero hindi ba maganda na ilagay na sana dun sa PNP reorganization since matagal natin pinag-usapan yan? There's still time in the BICAM, no? If you can convince of course the chairperson, that's Senator Bato, and his counterpart sa House, maybe you can put something there para just a suggestion. But anyway, yeah.
Yes, sir.
If not, we'll definitely take a look here. Salamat.
We have already may sinabit din kami sir na parang amendatory bill doon sa office nyo.
Okay.
Regarding the G2G.
Okay.
At this juncture, Your Honors, we deem it timely to inform the legislature of the outcomes of the recent PNP Command Conference with the President held last February 15. The President expressed the desirability of maintaining uniformity in the inventory of PNP firepower and communication assets, as well as ensuring interoperability of this equipment, even with our AFP counterparts. The PNP concurs with the wisdom of the President. However, under the existing provisions of the 9184 and its revised IRR, the PNP invariably adopts the default mode of public bidding, wherein supply and delivery contracts almost always end up awarded to the LCRB, or the lowest calculated responsive bidder. In contradistinction, the AFP is authorized to conduct G2G by adopting.
If I, with your permission, General.
Yes, sir.
On page 22 of the draft bill, there is a provision which allows negotiate bidding G2G for the Secretary of National Defense, who is explicitly mentioned. But if you fast forward to the next page, it also says that law enforcement agencies may utilize this mode when the aforementioned conditions are met. Yan na yung sinasabi nyo na G2G proposal. So if you can take a look at that, and
yes, sir.
If you're happy with the specifics or you want to propose any additional, and we'll welcome that. No?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Salamat.
So in sum, sir, the PNP joins the honorable body towards the passage of these important pieces of legislation aimed to reform 9184. Thank you very much, sir, and good morning.
Thank you, General. Take a look at page 22 and 23. Baka ito na yung sinasabi niya.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Senator Risa. Yeah.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Quick observation lamang po dun sa input ni Police Major General Reyes. Of course, my mind is open to studying yung particular na recommendation ng PNP about one platform with the AFP and their common procurement activities. Pero, and notwithstanding yung sinabi ni Presidente na gusto nila some kind of uniformity among between the two institutions sa ipoprocure ninyong mga gamit, still, ang isang tanong sa isip ko ay, since ang mandate naman ng PNP ay sa public order, internal security, at ang AFP ay mas nagpipivot na sa external defense, bilang isang sibilyan, hindi ko ma-imagine na eksaktong pareho yung mga supplies. But it may be possible, isang platform, pero magkakaibang gamit na pinoprocure. Similar lang na mga instruments tulad nga nitong G2G na pinag-uusapan niyo with the chair. So just that observation for the record, Mr. Chair, as we move on.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa. So now, before I acknowledge the BFP, after the BFP will go PCG, NSC, Philippine Aerospace Development, DTI, DFA, joint venture of Nashe Enterprises and GIR San Makina. These are already the private sector. Ahold Tech PH, Anos Research Manufacturing, and then we'll go to the health sector, just so the next resource persons can prepare. So, oh, I'm sorry, I have an oversight. I missed the AFP. So, AFP muna po. AFP Director for Aircraft Maintenance, Lieutenant Colonel Claire Bell Siminig. The point. Yes,
Good-
go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, and to everyone. So, the AFP fully supports this endeavor of revising our procurement law, basically on the context that we've seen in the portions of these revisions that it will going to enable us to procure the essential and critical sustainment program for our air assets and all the assets of the armed forces in particular. So these high value assets needs high value sustainment. And with the past challenges that we have seen in terms of the long procurement process that takes 7 months at an average, it is not responsive to the operational requirement of our assets, especially if a certain asset needs to fly, needs to move right away. So with the advent or with the approval of this bill, we will be able to undertake performance-based logistics, wherein we will shift from procuring goods and services into the outcome, which is possibly the reliability of the assets in itself, the availability of the material requirements, and also even the development of our capability, which is really a long-term solution to our ever-standing challenges in sustaining our AFP defense assets. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Yes, Senator Riza.
Mr. Chair, quick observation lang din dun sa input ni Lieutenant Colonel Claire Siminig. There's an instrument already ginagamit ng DBM, di po ba? Yung Mayowa. And may reference din doon.
Yeah,
Kahit yata sa House Bill 9648, allowing for, I'm just looking for the term here in the bill. So baka doon po tayo
Micah, Mayowa,
yes,
various...
Opo. So baka
Yes,
doon natin pwedeng hanapan ng tugon doon sa sinabi ni Lieutenant Colonel Claire about current challenges in terms of long procurement processes.
Yes,
Salamat,
ma'am.
Mr.
Pag ganong may outcome over time, yeah, we're trying to. I think the innovation is the consideration of the maintenance. I think that's part of what you're saying, no? Yung tsaka yung pag isang ginagarahe yung eroplano, di ba? Problema din yun. Bumili tayo dati ng eroplano, wala na palang garahe.
Ito, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
hanap ko na.
Oh.
Nasa House Bill yung multi-year contracting. So
Yes,
parang Mayowa, so pinapasok nila sa batas yung isang practice presently authorized by administrative issuances para lang mabigyan siya ng force of law.
Yes, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Lieutenant Colonel.
So the provisions on multi-year contracting have been placed in the law where previously they were in the IRR and already administered. So hopefully take a look at those, ma'am. Kung kulang pa, dagdagan natin. No? So BFP Chief Inspector Nina May Sorondo and Chief Inspector Bernardino. BFP?
Good morning,
Yeah, morning
Mr.
po.
Chair, and to our fellow public servants. The BFP is in full support with amendments of the procurement law. Indeed, it is high time to introduce modalities that would ensure and allow timely and efficient procurements, especially now that the BFP is in the era of modernizing. So we would like to procure not just the best, but quality equipment to serve our people. So indeed, we welcome this shift. No, in the consideration of award, hindi na po sana yung lowest lang talaga yung mabibigyan, especially for us procuring equipments for public safety. No, we would like to focus on the quality of, for example, fire trucks that we will procure and the benefit that the government will get in the long term. After sales, mas mura kasi yung mga ganitong after sales, mas makakatipid po yung gobyerno if that will be the focus of procurement, especially for us involved in security and public safety. And also, Mr. Chair, with regards to yung mga nakakasuhan na mga procurement officers, so parang kulang. I don't know if it's the same with others. With regards to our support, legal support, pag kami po ay nakakasuhan, although nandun po yun sa ating batas, hindi nga lang siya na-detail as to paano talaga namin siya ma-avail. I mean, like, can we get any lawyer that we want, of course, mas magaling, mas mahal, parang ganon. So ano po yung criteria doon so that we also can be
Attorney
protected?
Acosta, magiging lawyer niya si...
Yung mga ganun po, Mr. Chair. So, sinabi po nga ni ating spokesperson from GPPB, natatakot dahil nga po, yung mga kakaharapin namin when it comes to mga legal battles, the support, although nandun po siya sa batas, hindi po nakadetail paano namin siya i-avail and yung guidelines po sana. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair, and to our good Senator Hontiveros, ma'am.
Thank you. That's a practical, very practical suggestion. May provision tayo on allowing the engagement of private legal counsel. Pero I was discussing with my staff, paano no yung budget niyan kung walang appropriated for that. So maybe that has to be something taken into account going forward. Yeah, Director Weng. Yeah.
Actually po sir, sa IRR po ng 9184, nakalagay naman po doon na bawat procuring entity will have to establish their own internal rule. Ibig sabihin, paano mag-avail. At noon pong, I recall na sa DBM pa po ako, meron pong na-establish na, ano pong tawag na?
Legal Defense
Defense Fund. Doon po, yun po yung magiging funding source. Sinama po namin doon yung mga kumbaga legal defense support ng mga members of
Was that
the bank.
lodged under
It's a special purpose fund.
sa purpose?
Legal defense fund pa rin po ata yung pangalan. So,
is it in this year's budget? I don't remember.
nandun pa rin daw po, but I recall this was nasa DBM pa po ako noong time na yun. So
sa
that was years
MTBF,
ago.
sa miscellaneous.
So, pwede po. At meron na pong mga agencies, if I recall when I was with the DBM, mga 3-4 agencies po ang naka-avail po nung pondo na yun. Kasi meron po silang internal rules kung paano po mag-avail up to how much yung pwedeng i-reimburse for specific cost po sa litigation.
Baka pang notaryo lang yung nandun doon. Anyway, sige, thank you for the information. For the Philippine Coast Guard, Commander Benedicto Bartolome with Commodore Ramon Lopez. And we thank the Philippine Coast Guard for participating in some of the TWG sessions. Yeah, Coast Guard.
Your Honors, good
Yes.
morning, sir. Good morning,
Morning po.
ma'am. Coast Guard Commodore Ramon Lopez, representing the Coast Guard on behalf of our Commandant, Coast Guard Admiral Ronnie Hilgaban, who is celebrating his birthday today. He is extending the Coast Guard through our Commandant is extending our full support to the initiatives of amending the current Government Procurement Reform Act, specifically the amendment of Section 53.8, just like with the Philippine National Police, of the current IRR of RA 9184, or the use of negotiated procurement, defense cooperation agreement, defense inventory-based items, wherein the PCG proposes to include the Coast Guard in the coverage of this method of procurement to cover the international treaties or executive agreements that the Philippine Coast Guard has with other foreign governments. In order for the Coast Guard to use this method of procurement in procuring defense-related equipment or items such as defense aircrafts, watercrafts, and or highly specialized ammunition, weapons, among others. For we've been seeing, especially in our efforts in the West Philippine Sea, in the exclusive economic zone, that we are working in partnership with the armed forces of the Philippines and that of the Philippine National Police. Thank you, sir. Ma'ams.
I think that's in section 2710. So, tingnan nyo na lang kung yun talaga yung gusto nyo, no? We can also, or open, tweaking it. So, salamat,
Yes,
Commodore. Salamat po. National Security Council, OIC Assistant Director General for Finance and Administration, Richelieu Remandaban, sorry.
Good morning, sir.
Hello. Hello
Mr.
po.
Chair, good morning.
Morning.
Senator Hontiveros. We express our appreciation for the initiative of this August body in addressing the challenges of the current procurement law in the interest of transparency, efficiency, and the accuracy in the public service. And generally, Your Honors, our concern is in the access to information, especially in the preparation of the bidding documents. we are concerned on the disclosure of specific components of the procurement documents, such as the technical specs, the components, when we are referring to items that have implication to national security, because this will simply telegraph to our concerned parties of the kind of preparations that we are doing. So maybe we should have a special consideration on this. We will be submitting a detailed position paper on this. Thank you.
Yes, that's well taken, no? Yung need for the public disclosure or public information provision must be balanced against the needs of national security. This was discussed during the first meeting, and then the current practice is to seek an exemption from DBM, no? But here under section 37, yeah, there is an exception here in procurements involving and affecting national security. The disclosure of the specific components of the procurement documents, such as the technical specifications, requirements, and components, shall be dependent upon the hope or the head of procuring entity, having due regard to the nature, classification, sensitivity, and confidentiality of the relevant documents vis-a-vis the purpose and reason for the request. So take a look at that, see if that's adequate. If not, again, we're open. The committee is open to tweaking that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but maybe we can have more specific guidelines.
Yes, sige. We'll welcome any suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Philippine
Mr.
Aerospace. Yes, Senator Risa.
Just a quick addition to the input of Assistant Director General Remandaban. So just a balancing of the need, which I concur with, for information security on this matter for these agencies, and also some measure of participation in oversight by Congress, which the Senate has been able to exercise in the past months that we've been up against you-know-who in the West Philippine Sea. For example, the SP creating a special oversight committee on intelligence matters and such. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
We can place that under the scope of that committee. I don't know. That's an internal matter for the Senate. But definitely, when we have the budget hearings, alam nyo naman, executive session tayo when we hear NSC, NICA, among the sensitive agencies. No? So we acknowledge that. Salamat po. And we'll work with you. Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation, OIC, Procurement Division, Drusela Tedios. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Just to tell you guys, we're only on the 7th resource person, and we have
Senator
40 plus resource persons today. Yes, you're number 7, ma'am. Go ahead. Jaworski po kayo.
In behalf of our acting president and CEO, Attorney Raymond Mitra, we at PADSI is in full support of this bill, especially po in our part that we are in the MRO services. We procure our equipment and we need to be updated with the maintenance manuals. We procure it in foreign suppliers. So that is our problem talaga, yung pag-procure ng mga foreign projects namin. And we may also add, we may request na mabigyan pansin din po yung agency-to-agency procurement as an alternative method, because there are some government agencies that can support the projects of the requirements of other government agencies. Yan lang po. Thank you.
Thank you po, ma'am. DTI, Strategic Trade Management Office, OIC Chief Althea Bravo. DTI.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning,
morning
Mr.
po.
Chair. The department fully supports the objective of the bills to amend the GPRA and by reducing the stringent requirements in procuring defense equipment and services to fast-track the implementation of the AFA modernization program. So I'm referring po to Senate Bill 692 or the act to pursue the AFP modernization program. We already submitted our comments and inputs regarding this bill. We also in the position that enough safeguards must also be devised to ensure that government resources will truly be used for obtaining quality and necessary infrastructure and material to boost the Philippine Defense Forces. So as part of our responsibility under the Strategic Trade Management Act of 2015, our office, specifically our division, issues license exemptions taking into account Philippine national security, foreign policy, and law enforcement concerns. So under specific section under the law, an authorization is no longer required for import of strategic goods, specifically military goods. Ito po yung ina-avail na po ng ating DND, ng AFP, particularly Philippine Army, Philippine Air Force, Philippine Navy. Import of goods, military goods by the government for the use of Philippine military and police forces, temporary export of military goods by the government for the use of Philippine military and police forces assigned outside of Philippine jurisdiction. It also includes conditions for export, transit, and transshipment of strategic goods, including military goods, which are provided in connection with the military, peacekeeping, or governmental humanitarian mission, and also other circumstances as provided by the executive body po overseeing the implementation of the law, which is the National Security Council Strategic Trade Management Committee. And for all other, we will submit all other inputs regarding the other bills as part of the DTI's position paper po. Thank you po.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we go to DFA, Bids and Awards Committee, Secretariat Head Marian Bringas, DFA.
Director Jason Nazares po.
Director,
On
thank you.
behalf of my colleague. Thank you po, Honorable Chair, Madam Vice Chairs. Just to inform po the body that the department submitted our inputs on January 30. And including inclusions po doon sa aming recommendations, yung mga specific sa aming sa realities ng DFA. Minention na kanina yung security sensitive procurement. We have recommendations on that. Na medyo minention niya po na merong konting debate tungkol sa transparency at saka the need na mag-keep mo na tayo ng konti sa security. Na minention po namin yun. And then of course, we would like to codify din po yung mga existing na mga exemptions na sa mga foreign service posts natin. Because there are some requirements po ng procurement rules na hindi po applicable sa ating embassies. Meron na po siyang existing na mga circular ang GPPB. We hope that it could be codified na po sa law. And we support yung of course yung mga bagong procurement proposed amendments, including yung pag-increase ng threshold at saka yung introduction ng mga new modes of procurement. And thank you po. Yun lang po.
Thank you po, Director. Now we go to joint venture of Nashe Enterprises and GIR San Makina, CEO Mary Jane Rojas. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Hontiveros, and ladies and gentlemen. We are so glad that we are invited here for this procurement meeting because we are part of the bidding process of the government and the other military units. Right now, we are preparing the position paper for this procurement law, and we will be sending it to the chairman, Senator Angara. And also, I would like to suggest a little with regards to procurement process. Other agencies propose bidding of such item, but the thing is, there's a mixed technical specifications which they base only on website they get from the other product and they mix it. So that's very difficult for us to point out which product is available in the market that we can propose. And also, with regards to pricing, they also have this kind of a low price. They are not asking for a market survey of the products that they are planning to procure from the other companies, which could help them out to figure out what items are they gonna get. So if it's possible that it will be included or should be what you call this part of the procurement process, that they have to do a market survey, price analysis, details of the product, technical specifications, and other things that is part of the procurement process. Thank you so
Provision for
much.
market scope.
Yes,
Nabanggit earlier. Thank you.
thank you so much.
Hold Tech PH Corporation VP for Finance, Don Edward Simon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you po for inviting our company. On behalf of my president, Ms. Lee, we fully support the amendment of 9184, as well as not the abolition of PSDBM, but strengthening of PSDBM. And of course, amendments on procurement law or some exemptions under the military defense procurement. We are a domestic corporation, lone domestic corporation, engaged in the manufacturing of some goods that we supply for the military services. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, there are some instances that even being a domestic corporation, we are not being given the preference. And it's so unfortunate that a lot of things are being waste. Una yung situs of taxation. If we procure outside, the situs of taxation mostly are foreign competitors. Foreign competitors, their taxes doesn't go to our coffin. Next, we lost a lot because of the employment. And lastly, also we'd like to put safeguards on the use of Intel funds, Mr. Chair. And that's it. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, talagang goal natin is to help the domestic manufacturers. That's why yung SR DT law that we passed, and then we put domestic preference also sa Tatak Pinoy, and it's still here. It's also here in this draft natin. So thank you. Thank you. For Anos Research, Manufacturing VP of Sales and Operations, Stephen Anthony Garcia with co-proprietor John Martin Garcia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair,
Morning po.
Madam Senator, and everyone. We in Anos Research Manufacturing would like to thank you for this opportunity to share our ideas and opinion on this matter. This initiative is already a big help for us local manufacturers. On the draft of the revised GPRA bill, we would like to comment on the following. Section 27, Article 12, procurement involving research and development, innovative products or product supplier development. For your consideration, Mr. Chair, we would like to propose for the inclusion of privately funded research and development, innovative products, goods, tools, or equipment that may not have been commissioned or funded by the government, but are deemed necessary and relevant by a procuring entity based on its mandate, functions, and duties to satisfy its current needs and requirement, provided that the manufacturer supplier be identified by the Department of Trade and Industry as a legally, technically, and financially capable manufacturer or supplier. Apart from this, we would also like to express the need for startups, inventors, shipbuilders, and other local manufacturers like us, who despite having the legal, technical, and financial capability, still cannot join in public procurement because of the track record requirement of the procuring entity. It is akin to the chicken and egg problem, where if we are not given the chance to build it, how will we be able to have the track record? If we have no track record, then we are not able to qualify, provided that the products we offer complies to the needs of the procuring entity and competes to other foreign suppliers. We would also like to express our full support on the new SRDP bill, which together with this revised GPRA bill would encourage more local manufacturers to establish and empower our local defense industry. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we put in something there. That's engagement of procurement agent. Yeah, there's a provision, Section 18, for where the GPBB can prescribe instances for outright exemption from bidding document fees and other forms of support But that's only for, but don't we have an inclusive, parang, that was raised in the first hearing, di ba? Yung, hindi makaparticipate nga because of that previous, and we wanted to relax it for MSMEs. Meron ba tayong ano doon? Yeah. And we said we'll just put a lower threshold maybe for them. So for the higher, yeah, Director Weng.
Yun po kasing track record, yung procuring entity po ang nag-identify depende sa requirements po nila. Kaya po wala po siya sa rules ng GPPB. So may mga industriya po kasi na mas gusto halimbawa ng procuring entity mas malaki yung track record niya. Halimbawa po sa Napocor because of power plants, gusto nila. Meron naman po yung iba po lang kasi minsan meron po silang sense na mas matagal, mas reliable. Kaya po talagang nilalagay nila 5 years, 10 years. So depende po kasi dapat yan dun sa pinoprocure mong bagay eh. Hindi po natin pwedeng i-limit na not
put for lower amounts that we don't have that requirement anymore.
Threshold po in
Or-
terms of mga smaller procurement.
Yes, a small,
But-
small, diba, we have small batch procurement, things like
sa
that. Oh.
public bidding lang naman po kasi yun mag-a-apply eh. Sa mga small value procurement po which is 2 million below in the bill,
Yeah.
hindi po yun, hindi na po requirement yun.
Okay,
kasi
so
mas
that's
simple na
already
po
an
yung
improvement.
requirement eh.
Oh.
That would be an improvement po to cover po yung
Yeah.
sinasabi. At the same time po, maaari po kasi natin din ipasok yan dun sa modality po on innovations. The idea po, hindi ko lang po kabisado ano po yung naging revision. The idea po is kung meron kang i-offer na innovative product or solution, pwede mong i-offer yon sa procuring entity subject to a challenge, parang Swiss challenge po.
Right.
Yun po yung na-recall ko na provision po doon sa bill. Doon po pwedeng pumasok ang mga startups. At yun po talagang intention namin na to encourage the government na siya yung unang gagamit ng mga startups is with this particular provision. But only for those offering innovative solutions or products. Para nang sa ganun po, magkaroon po sila ng platform para po magamit at ma-mainstream yung kanilang produkto. Basta po along the lines of innovation. Hindi po yung kahit na anong pwede mong i-offer kasi marami pong nag-o-offer sa government eh. Pagkatapos subject to Swiss challenge, baka wala na pong baka nag-usap na sila, wala na pong mag-challenge dun sa bid nila. Kaya po ang amin pong proposal dun po sa mga innovative products and solutions.
Thanks, Director Weng. That's on page 27. Oh, there's procurement involving research and development, innovative products or product supplier development. Siguro take a look at that and see kung ano pa yung kulang or baka we can improve the provision. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Arms Corps Assistant Vice President Tony Rose Carls.
Good
Arms
morning.
Corps.
Yes, sir. Morning,
Hello.
everyone.
Hi,
Ma'am,
hi.
sir.
Morning.
Yes. Sir, same with the sentiments echoed by our local manufacturers here and local companies. We are also standing for the preference for domestically produced items. In our manufacturing company, we are providing 2,000 employees, or we are providing to the families of these 2,000 Filipino workers. So we are really asking if this domestic preference will really be approved to all of the procuring entities here in the Philippines. Thank you so much.
Yes, if it's in the law, then it will apply to all procuring entities. Thank you, Arms Corps. Now we go to the health sector. Have we exhausted the defense sector? Anyone from the defense sector who's not been called to give their feedback? If none, we'll move on to the health sector. We have with us Philippine Cancer Center Medical Officer, Dr. Janice Ann Mandapat Sanchez.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, hi.
Thank you po. Good morning, Senator Angara, Senator Hontiveros. So in behalf po of our Interim Executive Director, Dr. Alfonso Nunez, we fully support the strategies and initiatives of the Senate. We are one with the DOH in supporting these measures to amend our procurement law, especially that Philippine Cancer Center will be housing the research facility, and it is expected to also provide advanced cancer care services to our patients as the National Specialty Center or the Apex Hospital for Cancer Care. In terms of research and these services will be very much at the receiving end of this amendment because of this highly technical services and highly technical and highly complex procurement outsourcing. Thank you very much for inviting us today.
Thank you, Dr. Mandapat Sanchez. We also have the UPPGH Director, Dr. Gap Legaspi. Morning, sir.
Morning. Magandang umaga po, Senator Angara and Senator Hontiveros. We are very excited for this amendments to RA 9184 and happy to I'd be really proud to be part of the process of changing it by giving our opinion. Ang healthcare po, I'm probably speaking for those in the trenches of healthcare in the hospitals. Para rin po nasa gera kami kasi parang pulis at araw-araw may nabubuhay, araw-araw may namamatay. No? So ang problema po in the context of increased support for healthcare, I think never in our history has healthcare been more supported at any point than now. Our dilemma is sometimes we have the resources, but we don't have the ability to give the best to our patients because we're limited by the lowest calculated bid. Parang may bala ka, may baril ka, pero wala kang bala. Minsan may bala ka, pero hindi pumuputok. Because we find out sometimes the drugs do not contain the ingredients that they're supposed to. Some of our patients wake up in the middle of an anesthesia of an operation because the anesthetic gases wear off earlier. Patients complain of pain. Patients complain of pain when they're undergoing surgery earlier than expected. So we're really happy that this will be amended because, as I said, we have the capability to give our best to patients. On a standpoint of also on the on a day-to-day basis, we have to procure. Things change by the hour for patients. So yung 9184 po buwan ang inaabot ng aming mga procurement. So we hope that the bill also will lessen the criminalizing perception of the alternative modes of procurement, consignment, just in time, emergency purchases, and petty cash. These are on the ground interventions that we had to resort to when the lowest bidder apparently cannot fulfill the requirements of the bidding. So these are also very practical for us to be able to use to be able to continue our services. As far as manpower also is concerned, I think we have now the opportunity to solve some of our manpower problems because 9184 states that we can procure services, janitorial and security, but it's not clear on the other services. So on a practical basis, if you want the best IT technician, they will come to a hospital that gives a salary of 25,000 a month. So I think if you're able to, if the government will allow us to procure advanced services that will make a hospital operate better because you get the best technical support, then I think that could help also. Again, another practical part also that we find could be useful is that in optimizing our the life of our equipment. We have very expensive equipment, but when it's time to buy a new one, we are forced to condemn this equipment to be able to buy a new one, even if there's still some life to it. Because we don't want to buy an equipment when it's end of life already. So we will wait another year before we can replace it. There is no part of the law that states that we can trade in government equipment. And I think if we put that, we'll be able to earn from equipment that we do have condemned for zero value or for junk value. Like a CT scan that costs 100 million, eventually parang 300,000 na lang po makukuha at the end of its life. So I think those are just some practical aspects that I'd like to put out, and I'm really very happy that the good senators are on top of this. And lastly, I think although the bill is very comprehensive, I think it should be also simple enough that the COA will have the same interpretation as all of us. Thank you very much po. Thank you.
Invited them, but baka umiiwas sa inyo. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gab. Very practical suggestions. Yung sa disposal, I think we need to, because it's a very general, yeah, I'll go to you, Director Weng. But thank you. PGH has taken leaps and bounds, has grown by leaps and bounds under your leadership. So we appreciate that very much, Director Gab. Director Weng, yeah, you have anything to say? And baka you can advert to the disposal kasi wala tayong masyadong spinensify yata doon eh.
Yun pong concern po ni sir dun sa bibili ka lang kapag end of life na siya. COA rules po kasi yon. So meron po kasing mga usable life na bago ko magpapalit, kailangan mo munang yung pong vehicle, lahat po na equipment, meron pong usable life na siniset po ang COA. Kasi nga po, currently, ang disposal po would be under COA and DBM. Meron na pong na-issue ang COA and DBM na joint issuance on the new rules on disposal. Ang nilagay po namin, hindi naman po, sa proposal po namin, hindi po namin kinuha yung buong disposal na jurisdiction ng COA kasi po baka magka-problema po tayo. Pero po dun sa provision natin ng strategic procurement planning, pansinin niyo po, nilagay po namin dun na sa pagpaplano, pwede na ngayon i-consider ng mga procuring entity yung mga buyback, take-back mechanism. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Kasama po to sa life cycle costing eh. Gusto mo syempre yung pagpaplano mo from kumbaga from birth to to death, from cradle to grave. So, maganda po yun kasi syempre, hindi ka bibili ng mura tapos later on mahal ang maintenance. At the same time, hindi ka bibigyan ng supplier na pangit. Kasi dun sa bidding documents mo, pwede mo na i-consider yung buyback. So, pwede mong ipapalit sa kanila. So, ito po yung aming way para ma-incorporate ang disposal sa pagpaplano. Bakit po ganito muna? Kasi po,
but does the COA recognize that, yung buyback?
wala pa nga po, kaya po pinalagay namin dun sa bill. So, hindi po namin kinukuha yung buong disposal. Bakit po? Kasi hindi naman po lahat ngayon ng supplier kaya yung ganung proseso eh. Wala pa po tayong market for that eh. So, umpisahan po natin sa ganitong sistema na umpisa pa lang, pag pinalaan mo ng bumili equipment, isipin mo na yung possible buyback. So, kung may mga market operators na interested, pwede nating i-consider na yon sa pagpo-procure. So that sila na mismo rin yung bibili ng equipment na yon, wala po tayong nilalagay na threshold. Titignan natin kung kaya ng mga market operators. Eventually po, ang mangyayari po kasi niyan, kung mas madali na nagawin to, hindi mo na kailangan pang i-dispose siya after. So, magsasabay po siya yung rules ng COA sa disposal dun sa mga hindi pa natin kayang ipasok yung disposal sa part ng pagpaplano. While yung mga pwede na, kasi meron naman po ngayon na sa merkado, pwede mo na siyang isama. So eventually po gradually, lalaki ng lalaki yung pagpaplano natin ng procurement kasama na yung disposal. Para isang trabaho na lang po. Ngayon po kasi, iba po yung Bids and Awards Committee, iba po yung Disposal Committee, magkaiba po yung proseso.
Thank you. That's very useful, Director. Pero yung disposal, concept of disposal, talagang it's just to get rid of the, pero sabi nga niya, it's still usable eh. So hindi ba pwedeng ipasa yon sa provincial hospital, for instance, who doesn't have that kind of equipment, maybe?
COA po kasi sir ang nag-identify na doon, so I could not answer that. Pero ngayon po, dun sa proposal namin, ilalagay na po namin yung possibility sa IRR ng buyback. Ipapasok mo na ngayon sa procurement planning mo para kung yun yung
buyback is to the manufacturer or the seller of the good eh. Pero yung sinasabi ni Director Gap, may silbi pa yung hindi pa siya end life eh. Baga, in your experience, Director, ilang years pa yon magagamit or ilang
you have extra 2 to 3 years before it's really end of life. But as far as government equipment is concerned, we exhaust the life faster than the private sector.
Okay.
Yun nga po sir, kailangan po sigurong i-adjust ng COA yung rules ng when
So
do you dispose.
could the committee secretary take note of these concerns? Kasi wala si COA dito. Maybe we can do a specific communication outlining our concerns and the issues raised. Senator Risa.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director.
Oo, salamat Mr. Chair. Briefly lang dun sa isang nabanggit, yung trade-in, baka importante din yun para sa mga NHA land swaps. Halimbawa, para magamit nila yung idle land assets nila para bumili ng lupa, halimbawa, sa palibot ng mga train stations. along the lines of what NEDA has been advocating for 8 years na ba yun? Yung transit-oriented development. So baka at the proper time pwede nating tignan kung pwedeng ma-cover din ng bill natin.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Salamat,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chair.
much, Senator Risa. Next, we go to the DOST. We have ASEC Diana Ignacio, along with the Director Padolina, who was here yesterday for the Chacha hearing, the economic Chacha, and our national scientist, newly minted national scientist, Dr. Carmencita Padilla, also from UP Manila. Good morning, Your Honors.
Good morning, Your Honors, Senator Riza and Senator Sonny. On behalf of the S&T community, I think the S&T community has submitted its position paper. It was emailed late yesterday and endorsed also by the Secretary. So I'd just like to read a few. The Secretary said, we would like to thank and commend the committee for acknowledging and responding to the plight of the science and technology community, particularly on procurement-related concerns for research and development and innovation. So its efforts to address these concerns would greatly assist the science community in performing their functions on research and development. So, and then we submitted our comments, and siguro just to cite, we'd like to thank the inclusion of a section on research and development, which we would like to further enhance. Originally, it was procurement involving research and development, innovative products or product supplier development. We would like to recommend it to direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation, so that it will cover the whole spectrum of S&T and R&D. So this is a mode of acquisition, as we said, where the procuring entity may procure the following goods, and we included services. Kasi importante din yun sa R&D, the services, especially testing services, for us to be able to really conduct our R&D directly from legally, technically, and financially capable suppliers. So we also made a few suggestions in the succeeding phrases. I'm not sure if I can go through this one by one.
Just submit it na lang, ma'am.
We submitted, yeah.
Kasi baka magkamali tayo if we put it on writing so we can take a look at it and study carefully. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thanks.
yes, we have already put it in writing and submitted the copy. I hope you have received it.
Yes, yeah. We'll amend it to include services siguro.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator.
Salamat po. And we'd like to acknowledge the role of the minority also during the TWG. The offices of the minority leader, Senator Pimentel, and the deputy minority leader, Senator Risa, have also contributed. So salamat sa kanila. Next is Philippine Children's Medical Center Department Manager, Emma Mariano. Morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning to everyone. In behalf of our Executive Director, Dr. Sonia Gonzales, the Philippine Children's supports the proposed measure that seek to strengthen and enhance the government procurement system. We already, same with Dr. Legaspi, we have same scenario. At the same time, we already submitted our position on this amendment of the RA 9184, and our Executive Director want to extend yung magiging amendment po. We really seek to help the the health sector to fast track po the procurement of our equipment and supplies po. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Ms. Mariano. PhilHealth, Head of Procurement Office, Joseph Vergara. Morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Hontiveros. PhilHealth fully supports the efforts to amend or improve the government procurement law, especially since it has been more than 20 years. And we are slowly discovering things that need to be amended. And we support that the lawmakers are doing its best to make the law more responsive to the needs of the procuring entities and the concerns of our suppliers. But while we are on the topic of responsive, it is lamentable that for the past 20 years, it has already been 20 years, but still some of our procuring entities are imprisoned with the concept of lowest calculated bid. The concept of most economically advantageous responsive bid is already an improvement of the LCRB concept, which means that the award should be given not to the lowest calculated bid, but to the lowest calculated bid from among those who are responsive to the requirements of the procuring entity. And for that matter, I concur with Executive Director Ruiz in saying that end users should be ready with all the specifications and costs before facing the back. For that matter, I propose really that procurement planning should be done not just 1 or 2 years before procurement, but even 3 years before that, because we have to determine what we have to buy, and then we will determine later what are the available specifications and cost. Hindi yung katulad ng kinikwento ni Ma'am Mary Jane Rojas na this is just a mixture of specification from various pamphlets. End users need to present the specifications na yung sigurado sila makakabili sila. Yun. For the other matters, we have already submitted our position paper to the Office of the Chair. Thank you.
Can you now hear from DOH Chief Administrative Officer Concepcion Libiran? DOH.
Magandang umaga po,
Morning po.
Honorable Senators. The Department of Health support the intent of the bill that seek to improve this and streamline the public procurement system to make it more responsive to the changing landscape of governance. It could be a platform for the strategic advancement of the universal health care by ensuring equitable and sustainable provisions of goods and services through an efficient procurement process. The enactment of the RA 9184 or the GPRA aim to modernize and simplify the government procurement process. However, government procurement has evolved in the past 20 years, making imperative for the law to be updated to suit the changes in technologies and changing time. Procurement play a crucial role in the health system as it helps to ensure the access to quality health product in link to quality care and patient safety. It is a critical component that directly impact the overall effectiveness and sustainability of healthcare delivery. We would like also to express our appreciation for inclusion of provision in directly procuring through UN agencies such as the UNICEF, as well as the framework agreement, and also we prayed for the inclusion of full procurement in this proposed new procurement law po. Maraming salamat
Food
po.
procurement?
Full procurement, sir.
Full procurement.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, excuse me, for if you will allow us, sir, for our specific recommendation in this proposed law,
Yes.
we will submit our
Yeah, we
official
welcome that. We
po.
welcome that po.
Thank you
Salamat,
very
salamat
much
po.
po.
Thank you sa DOH. FDA, Attorney Nathaniel Liberato.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hontiveros. good
Sorry,
morning.
with your
Yeah.
indulgence, Senator Risa. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pasensya po, Attorney Liberato. Meron akong gustong i-follow up, Mr. Chair. Na pag-uusapan yung most economically advantageous sa halip ng dating criterion. Could the GPPB sometime during this hearing give us a sense of the remaining ambiguities in actually using the concept of economically responsive bid? Ibig nga kasi sabihin nito, we could even presumably choose a bid that's more expensive or even much more expensive. So sometime during this hearing, Mr. Chair, sana makapag-comment ang GPPB dyan. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Do you want to do it now, Director, or kay mamaya na lang? We'll give you a little time. Just raise your hand when you want to chime in. Yeah, go ahead, Attorney. Thank you.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, Senator Hontiveros. On behalf of the FDA and our Director General, Dr. Samuel A. Zacate, the FDA fully supports and commends the committee's initiative on introducing the amendments to the government procurement law. We believe that upon realization of these amendments, we will be a step closer towards our agency's goal of modernization and digitalization. So thank you.
Very much, Attorney. Next, we have the Philippine Pharma Procurement Incorporated Vice President for Administration, Josefina Riel.
Good morning.
Good morning po.
Good morning, Chair Angara and Madam Vice Chair, Senator Risa Hontiveros. The Philippine Pharma Procurement Inc. is a GOCC under the Department of Trade and Industry. Our mandate is to provide low-priced medicines and assist in improving access to the different public health institutions. So actually, we submitted our position already in November, and we submitted another position paper yesterday on the draft substitute bill already. So similar to what Ma'am Connie explained earlier on the pool procurement, we proposed under Section 2710E to include, actually it's an exclusion provision. So it's in our position paper that for drugs and medicines, public health sector institutions can procure from the Philippine Pharma Procurement Inc. And we also welcome the new procurement modalities being introduced, especially direct sales, because this will save time for most of the hospitals, especially the hospitals, because they won't have to undergo the public competitive bidding anymore. So we welcome the direct sales, the procurement agent, and the agency-to-agency procurement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next is Zuilig Pharma Corporation, Head of Market Government Affairs, Mike Alzona.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Angara and Senator Hontiveros and everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Zuilig Pharma is a member of the Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Association of the Philippines. It's an organization of global companies. Most of our members are actually involved in the research and manufacturing and of medicines and vaccines for COVID-19. So PHAP has been a partner in health. Allow me to read very quickly the statement of PHAP. If you have experience, this is similar to Dr. Gap's narrative, or have heard of a report that someone needed to buy a prescribed medicine outside of a government hospital, it was most likely because the said hospital is not allowed to procure the medicine no matter how medical evidence shows that it would help improve health outcomes. This happens to patients in government hospitals because at present, only medicines listed in the Philippine National Formulary or PNF may be procured by the government under Executive Order 49 series of 1993. However, we note that as of 2018, only 3.5% or 676 out of the 19,381 registered medicines by the FDA are currently listed in the PNF. The impact
Sorry, sir. Could you say that again, the figure?
This is in 2018, Senator, only 3.5% or 676 out of the 19,381 registered medicines.
Thanks.
The impact of this could be catastrophic to patients. For one, patients and their families may have to race against time, as Dr. Gap mentioned, in search for the prescribed medicine outside of the public hospital. We note that the private share in medicine spending of other countries is at least below 50%. Like Malaysia at 46%, South Korea at 42%, our neighbor Thailand at 9%. primarily due to the significant share of government in medicine expenditure. The country's recorded private share in medicine expenses, or those paid directly from a patient's pocket, is as high as 85%. Having a procurement law that is flexible and responsive to emerging health technologies will enable the government to promote health equity by ensuring that groundbreaking treatments are accessible to all, irrespective of their inclusion in the national formulary. This is not actually new, Mr. Chair. No? Under DOH Administrative Order 2016-0034, we note that the National Formulary Executive Council can actually grant exemptions, no, to the PNF. Access to new medicines will be a critical success factor for RA 11959, or the Regional Specialty Centers Act of 2023, as part of the administration's efforts to establish and institutionalize healthcare centers in the region. These regional centers will prioritize cancer, cardiovascular, lung care, and among others. All these centers and their patients would benefit from new medicines and technologies, as these are the areas of scientific research of the biopharmaceutical sector. So we respectfully recommend that the proposed amendment to RA 9184 to enable government procurement of medicines that are not yet part of the PNF, provided justifications for its need have been established by the end users, namely hospitals, healthcare professionals, and patients. We also recommend government procurement to enable special access schemes wherein pharmaceutical products outside of the PNF may be institutionalized as a partnership program with the government and encompass special government funding. Under RA 11215, or the National Integrated Cancer Control Act, we highlight that cancer medicines that are not in the PNF may be accessed, no, through public-private partnerships. Further, we note that consistently implementing pooled procurement and multi-year contracts can significantly reduce costs. By aggregating demand through pooled procurement, multiple entities combine their purchasing power. Pooled procurement. Furthermore, we recommend that the bill provide provisions on proposed procurement modalities, namely negotiated supplier agreements and managed entry agreements. We recommend that the revisions in GPRA to consider enabling negotiated supplier agreements within the procurement process. In summary, Your Honor, we respectfully recommend to this honorable committee to include a provision in the proposed bill that requires establishing specific guidelines per specific sectors. Because, for example, in health, as our other resource speakers have mentioned, there are certain technical specifications that will require safety, efficacy, and quality of these commodities. A procurement law that is flexible and responsive to emerging health technologies will enable the government to promote health equity by ensuring innovative treatments are accessible to all, irrespective of their inclusion in the national formulary. Second, we recommend the consistent implementation of pooled procurement and multi-year contracts to significantly reduce costs. Third, we recommend that the bill provide provisions on proposed procurement modalities, namely negotiated supplier agreements and managed entry agreements. Lastly, we also humbly request that our organization be made part of the technical working groups that will be formed so that insights on these timely and life-saving amendments to the Procurement Act. We will be honored to submit a detailed position paper on the proposed provisions in the GPRA containing the mechanisms by which the public sector and those who rely on them could access new medicines and technologies that can improve health outcomes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very useful. I'm just wondering if we can reconcile the PS-DBM provisions with yung sinasabi nilang pooled and PPP, etc. What do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The main mandate, Mr. Chair, of PS-DBM is really to procure common use supplies. But actually, in our proposed bill, Mr. Chair, we have the direct sales that's mentioned earlier by Ma'am Josefina Riel. The ideas are really is after competitive bidding was successful, delivery was made, payment was made, a government procuring entity can buy from the same supplier without any public bidding na. Then the idea of a pooled procurement can be done naman even now. Yun lang, you will have to really look at the procurement agent concept kasi 'di ba yung technical specifications ng isang entity at saka yung quantity ng kailangan niya ay bibili ng iisang entity lang po eh. So there will be procurement agent relationship. Allowed naman po ngayon 'yon. But of course, GPPB issued naman po yung rule or guidelines na yung bidding process itself lang, walang transfer ng funds, ganon. But of course, a COA rule would allow for still servicing agency and implementing agency concept, no? Pwede po yung pooled procurement as we speak now. Wala ho siyang namang prohibition. But again, a new modality that was introduced under the bill is the direct sales, which is really good because you don't repeat procurement anymore. And later, as we show the timeline po, makikita po ng procuring entities po yung proposed timeline, talaga pong napakaikli. Umikli pala yung procurement po. So yun naman pong us, PSDBM, buying non-common, hindi po muna bumibili ng non-common. So we focus only on the common use supplies or on our mandate po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
I'll go back to the Senator Risa, I'll just put it out there, then I'll go to you. Yung sa pooled, are you referring to common medicines or more of unusual medicines pagdating sa pooled? Kasi nabanggit rin ng DOH, nabanggit rin ni Mr. Alzona. Oh.
Yes po, sir. Yung pool procurement po, we po sana ipupul po yung ibang requirement from the different hospitals because some of the hospital relatively maliliit lang
Usually,
po.
siguro, I assume na, correct me if I'm wrong, no? Ang assumption ko dyan, pagka pinupool nyo, dahil pare-pareho kayo, tapos madalas yun ang piniprescribe, maybe paracetamol, etc., anesthesia, blah, blah, blah. Yun yung mga kailangan talaga, common across the board, kumbaga.
Yes po. Meron din pong iba kasing mga
Not so
mga
common.
medicines like yung mga ibang mga not the essential medicine lang po. There are other medicines or drugs po na different hospital ginagamit po. So we we propose po sana na at the central office po we will conduct yung pool procurement nga po. However, yun nga po, meron na po kaming proposal sa GPPBTSO about dun po sa pool procurement framework agreement.
Okay.
So we're waiting for the policy to be issued by the GPPBTSO. Ay, hindi po. Sorry po. We submitted po our policy proposal po regarding pool
Sige,
procurement.
maybe we can just do a side conversation on that so we don't,
Thank you
yes, Senator
po,
Risa.
sir.
Yes, sorry.
Salamat, Chair. I was glad to hear from ED Santiago ng PSDBM na suspended pa rin yung procurement ng non-common use supplies and equipment kasi may statement sila way back in August 2022 in the wake of our Pharmaly investigation na nag-issue nga sila ng directive to that effect. And of course, Chair, yung ibang scenario about PSDBM subject nung several of the bills we're hearing is actually abolition. So just in consideration of that alternative scenario, I hope we can address during the hearing na merong bang ilang agencies that will need to level up their procurement capabilities, pati po dito sa ibang modes of procurement na pinag-uusapan natin. Alam ko there's a scoring system at GPPB and DBM na sinusukat yung procurement capabilities na ito. So at the proper time, pwede kayang makakuha ng listahan nitong mga ahensya at yung mga work plans nila na kailangan sigurong bilisan kung matutuloy yung mga bills abolishing the PSDBM. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the Director. Yeah.
Yung pong kasi ilang beses na nga po nabanggit yung pooled procurement. In fact po, last May of 2023, we reached out to the Department of Health in line with the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Law. Sabi po namin, gusto namin makita paano po ba bumibili ang Department of Health. Nakita po namin, marami po silang funding sources. Yung isa po, yung galing sa central office, yung isa hospital income. The other one, meron pong mga special account po ang ibang mga hospitals. Yung pong sa central office, binababa po kasi siya sa mga regional offices. Kaya nakita po namin, tingi-tingi ang bilin ng mga medicines. Kaya may mga region na mahal, may mga region na mura. Kaya po mas sinuggest namin, why don't you pull the procurement at the central office and look at how will ano yung premium ng logistics kung sakasakali. At isama natin yan yung framework agreement. Para nang sa ganon, bibili ka, isahan, meron kang pool of suppliers kung multi-year para hindi po dina-download siya sa region ang isa rin po kasi kaya po nagkaroon po ng proposal na admin order po yung nabanggit ni ma'am, which sabi po namin kailangan po siyang maibago dahil internal po yung na-cover ng proposal nila. Meaning, kailangan ayusin yung internal process ng Department of Health sa pagpo-procure. Kasi ang nangyayari po, medyo late nang na bibigay yung pera sa regional offices. So, nangyayari po, mag-emergency procurement ka. Pag makita mo po yung mga procurement ng Department of Health, marami pong mga emergency procurement, tapos tingi-tingi po. So,
Di ba
kaya,
may issue ng spoilage, director?
ano po, sir?
There's a spoilage issue, di ba?
Opo.
8 billion worth of spoiled
Again,
medicine.
that's another issue po ng planning. Ibig sabihin, hindi po agad na download. Kung nagbili po si central office or kung sino po mang office ng DOH, hindi po agad nabigay dun sa mga beneficiaries. Kaya sabi ko po, baka mas maganda, magkaroon kayo ng central pooled procurement, POOLED, with framework agreement. Kasi po, yung mga source naman po sa hospital income, which is equipment, baka po mahirap yung i-pull. Kasi po ay nasa account po yun ng bawat hospital. So, we also reach out to Secretary Obosa kasi po nung nag-follow up po kami sa Department of Health, medyo naiba po yung mga nagkaroon po ng konting reorganization. So, very interested po siya sa pooled procurement framework agreement. And in fact, meron din po silang proposal na pharma zones.
Who has to participate in that framework? Who is the framework agreement between?
Kung lahat naman po hindi na ida-download sa regional office, yung central office po, may maganda pong central procurement office, meron din po silang in fact online supply inventory ang Department of Health na ginagamit ngayon. So kaya po nilang gawin yon eh.
Advocating centralization when the current practice is decentralization.
Kasi po may problem under
that
the
pool,
current
it must be centralized.
Yes,
parang
under
ganun.
the current scenario. Now, isa po nabanggit po ni ED Dennis yung pwede na pong bumili na lang after repeat order.
Yeah.
Yun naman po kasi you are now encouraging tingi-tingi. Kasi at saka you will be limiting it to the supplier na awardan na ng other agency. At least po sa pool procurement framework, you have actually a pool of suppliers.
I see.
Every call off, pwede pong ibang supplier ang manalo.
Okay.
Kapag multi-year po na framework agreement, every call off, which is the order, pwede pong ibang supplier ang manalo. Depende po sa bibigay niyang amount. Ang nangyayari lang po doon is na-establish mo na kung sino yung mga ka-framework mo, pag kailangan mo na mag-order, doon ka magko-call off. So, bawat order po, ginagamit po ang framework ngayon ng DSWD for relief goods. Kasi hindi mo alam kung kailan magkakaroon ng calamity at saan, pero kailangan mo siya. So, gusto mo, meron ka ng parang standby na supplier, so magko-call off ka na lang. Ideal po siya doon sa mga products na repeatedly kailangan mo, hindi mo alam kung kailan mo siya kailangan, at hindi siya ideal to keep in warehouse or stocks, katulad po ng mga medicine. May premium lang po definitely sa framework. But if you're going to pull it in such a way na interesting siya sa mga supplier, yung pong delay, yun pong logistics, mababawi mo na rin yung admin cost ng pagpo-procure mo ng paulit-ulit dun sa framework agreement po.
Yung pooled procurement can refer, you're saying, I'm not familiar with this concept, but now it's not just a pool of buyers, it's also a pool of sellers. It can also be a pool of
Yes.
sellers.
Now, may other possibility rin naman po, yun po yung inaaral namin with the Department of Health. Paano po yung mga hospitals? Kasi hindi naman po lahat may kakayanan na bumili ng may magandang procurement office na kaya nilang makapag-negotiate or makapag-entice sa mga suppliers. Possible po kasi siya na ipupull mo naman po yung funds. Ang concern naman po dyan is hindi procurement. Ang concern po dyan is paano mo ipupull yung funds kasi iba-ibang LGU, iba-ibang sources. So, ang mangyayari, so parang basically po ang mangyayari niyan is katulad po nung sa vaccine na nagpirma na lang po ng mga kontrata yung mga LGUs, tapos isahang bili, parang ganun po yung mangyayari. Pero, yung pera po kasi nasa procuring entity. Ang mangyayari, may isa na lang po, isa sa kanila, pwede po rin natin siyang tawaging procurement agent, ang magpo-procure for all. Pero ito po, ang mangyayari is, pwedeng ang bayad is, kesa i-pull mo yung funds, ang mangyayang bayad is kanya-kanyang bayad. Pero ipo-pull mo pa rin po siya. So yun po yung nabanggit ni ED Dennis, na pwede naman siya for pool procurement para wala pong transfer of funds.
So there's so many variations of pooled agreements actually.
Marami
Could
pong
you give us
variation
a
ang
one-pager or
framework
something like
agreement.
that? Yeah. Ano yung possibilities? Baka yun ang sinasabi nila. It's not clear also to the stakeholders what types of pooled agreements are possible.
Yung pong sa Department of Health, we already reach out po to them. So,
Okay.
alam po nila yung mga possibilities po.
Okay. Yes, Director.
Actually, Mr. Chair, a good example of a pooled procurement, Mr. Chair, is what we really do in PSDBM. Ano po? Under the procurement law, we are allowed centralized and decentralized procurement. No? Sa amin ho, centralized yung common use supply. So yung pangangailangan lahat ng government agencies on paper, for example, we receive annual procurement plan on common use supplies and equipment, although hindi po accurate palagi yan. That's why we cannot forecast also. But that's what we really do. Pull the procurement for them. No, and as we are acting as an through agency to agency po, ano, not as a procurement agent. Now, there was a time also in the past that a pool procurement was conducted for non-common use supply on, I think it was a squad automatic weapon po ng, I think it's PNP and the other yung pong law enforcement agencies po. So, pwede po siyang mangyari and then yun lang ho, kailangan lang talaga alamin anong quantity, itama ang schedule. Tama po yun, sabi ni Idiweng, hindi naman kailangan mag-transfer ng funds. Pwede bibili namin, pag deliver na, delivery no sa kanya-kanyang ahensya, kayo na rin ang magbabayad para wala akong warehousing and stocking. Thank you po.
Thank you. Yeah, before I recognize you, did you want to talk about that pool? Did anyone here want to talk aside from DOH on the pool? Lana? Okay. Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you so much, Your Honors. With regard to the issue on pooling of procurement, Your Honor, the USAID in 2022 actually wrote the Department of Health and in full coordination with the DOH on how to fully implement pooling of procurement. The response of the DOH, and this is duly documented, in 2017, there was already an implementation of pooling of procurement, Your Honors. Different CHDs and the DBM lump into one obligation request the need for medicines of several CHDs or hospitals. Unfortunately, however, in the implementation, the following problems were encountered. Number one, according to DOH, it is tedious and different to track the actual delivery and the actual payment. And plus, the DBM is strict, Your Honors, in the modes of disposal of funds. There is no law or specifically allowing, Your Honor, different agencies to lump their funds into one single agency so that that agency could now do the procurement for them. So that is with regard to pooling of procurement, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you. Will that be solved by the procuring entity concept? Does that solve that that concern?
You mean procurement agent po?
Agent, sorry.
Opo,
Procuring
kasi
agent, yeah.
palagay ko po ang nangyari
Yeah.
doon, kasi is nag-transfer ng funds, so isa lang po yung nagmo-monitor. Mahirap po talaga yon.
Yeah.
Kaya nga po ang ginawa natin sa procurement agent, kanya-kanya kayong bayad as they deliver. So wala nang kailangan pong transfer ng funds.
So what is the benefit of the pooled agreement in that case?
Isahan lang po. Economies of scale, the
Get
efficiency
cheaper.
of
You'll still negotiate a
you're
cheaper price.
supposed to be able to negotiate for a better price.
Yeah.
More efficient kasi isahang procurement na lang. And supposedly
But who
dahil
takes charge? I guess the DOH in the case of the hospitals, no?
yun po yung
Okay.
sinasuggest namin na kung sino yung either pinaka maganda yung pagpo-procure, sino yung siguro yung mas may interest kasi mas marami siyang pinoprocure na amount for the medicine or whatever. You depende po dun sa agreement po ng mga procuring entities. Maaari pong gawin yun.
Okay. Yes.
It's the USAID who wanted to push for the pooling of procurement. In their experience, they are giving funds to LGUs, different provincial level. But the implementation honors, different LGUs would buy the same type of medicine from different sources, different price schedule, and the efficacy is affected, Your Honors. And these are the study conducted by the USAID, and that is why in the implementation for medicine, they would like the DOH to craft a policy guidelines, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Professor Villanueva. So can we leave that pool?
Mr. Chair, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
So regarding pool procurement.
Can you identify yourself?
I'm
Sorry.
Revilla from the Philippine Pharma Procurement.
Okay, yeah.
So regarding pool procurement, actually under the IRR of the Cheaper Medicines Law, PPPI is authorized to
Please
establish.
speak in the mic kasi para marinig ng lahat.
PPPI is authorized to establish the pool procurement facility. Actually, pool procurement can take many forms. What PSDBM is doing right now is pool procurement. So actually, we don't get any funding from the government. We're a self-sustaining company. So in October last year, we started a central medical store. So what Director Ruiz mentioned, we're getting the supplies through framework agreement. Framework agreement. And the funding is via suppliers credit. Via suppliers credit po. So actually it can be implemented. So our target right now are local government units. There's really value in pooling all the resources of the local governments. Right now, let's take an example like amlodipine. We're selling amlodipine at only 750 for 30 tablets already. We're selling losartan at 1740. That's 30 tablets already. Because we're pooling the requirements of, let's say, 100 LGUs. So there's value really in pool procurement.
That's good to know. What's the ownership of your company?
Wholly government owned po.
It's a government owned.
Yeah, NDC and PITC po.
NDC owns you.
NDC and PITC.
And PITC.
Yes.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can we hear from Roche Diagnostics Philippines Healthcare System? Faith Pebes Morilia.
Good afternoon, Senator
Afternoon.
Angara. I am here with my colleagues, Denzel Uwezono and Mon Santiago, and we represent Roche Philippines, a biotech innovator which has cancer, rare disease, ophthalmology treatments, as well as breast, HPV, and other diagnostics in its portfolio.
HPV again, sorry.
Human papillomavirus. So we commend the senators for their efforts to modernize and develop a fair and more effective procurement system. We endorse the removal of price as the sole determinant for bid qualification and advocate for a broader evaluation criteria. A variation of pool procurement is being done for select cancer medicines, but transparency and predictability are essential in the bidding process, and we advocate for enhancements in these aspects. Our focus should be on collaborative efforts to ensure value for government spending without facing penalties due to unreasonable timelines and inspection processes, particularly for cold chain biologics. Additionally, we encourage the Senate to support early access to innovative drugs and diagnostics. This includes flexibility in the health technology assessment process, such as adjusting scoring methods for cancer and rare disease. Special attention should also be given to diseases like retinal diseases where no new technologies have been included in the PNF or the Philippine National Formulary for over a decade. Due to the fast-paced evolution of healthcare, we recommend non-PNF routes such as considering performance or outcomes-based payment modalities, which are already being used elsewhere, as well as integrated solutions which include treatments, diagnostics, and capacity building services. And we also echo what the PHAP has mentioned through Mike and the discussion on pool procurement. Thank you, sir.
Who's in charge of amending the formulary? DOH? Bakit 3.5% lang cover siya? The consequence of not having an updated formulary.
With your permission,
Yeah, I suppose aside from the administrative repetitiveness of having to apply for exemptions with you, anong nawawala sa atin by not having an updated or expanded formula?
With your permission, Honorable Senator, may I
Yes,
request
yes. Please,
representative from
Sige
Pharmaceutical
lang, can we just
Division?
ask them to identify themselves for the record po?
Yes,
Thank you.
po. Thank you po.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. My name is Lorenzo Javier po from the DOH Pharmaceutical Division. Currently po, as we have done our
preliminary studies. The Philippine National Formulary has around 501 molecules, which is around 9.88% reflected in the registry of the Philippine Food and Drug Administration. And currently, we have instituted the health technology assessment first in the Department of Health, and then after 5 years, we have transitioned it to the Department of Science and Technology. Currently, they are the ones assessing what health technologies should be listed in the formulary, and the criteria are reflected in the Universal Healthcare Act po. Thank you po.
Yeah, we appreciate the information. Pero how come it's if only yung information given? Can you confirm if that's true? Yung only 676 out of 19,381 registered medicines are in the formulary as of 2018. I suppose it's been updated since then, no? You have updated figures.
For our figures, this is just a preliminary study po. We have 501 molecules in the PNF, which is 9.88% reflected in the
Teka,
FDA
I'm not a
registry.
scientist or a doctor. Ano ba yung difference ng molecules and medicine?
This is the generic name po. And the
Molecules is generic
formulations.
medicine.
Yes
So
po.
when you say molecule, you're referring to a generic medicine.
Yes po.
Okay.
And the formulations po, those are product specific po. We have around 1,600 formulations in the national formulary po.
1,000?
I think the FDA registry right now is around 30,000 po, if I'm not
So
mistaken po.
lumaki pa.
Yes po.
Okay. Thank you.
And for the matter of exemptions po in the national formulary, actually po, under the rules of the Cheaper Medicines Act, we have the Philippine National Formulary System, which establishes the guidelines for the PNF and providing the exemptions for such. However, upon passage of the Universal Healthcare Act, the Department of Health and the PhilHealth are mandated to follow the positive recommendations of the health technology assessment. Po.
That's HTAC. Is HTAC the one?
Yes po.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Before we leave health, I think that's anyone else want to chime in on these issues? Yes, Dr. Padilla.
Dr. Padilla, I'm representing NAST, UP, and I'd like to chime in on the issue of rare diseases and the common items for procurement. I have two very good examples. Let's go to the common one first. So UP actually this is for the newborn screening program. So we have pooled procurement for the filter cards being used by the country.
Pooled procurement for
Pooled
what?
procurement for filter cards. Ito po kasi yung newborn
Filter
screening.
cards.
Filter cards, we order 1 million a year.
What is a filter card?
So yung newborn screening po kasi, you get a few drops of blood, you put it in a filter paper, and we run the program in 7,200 hospitals in the country. So if every hospital will buy the filter card, it's very expensive. There are only 7 laboratories in the country. So to be able to bid for the lowest price, the whole country decided to pull the procurement. NIH buys for the whole of Luzon, and Visayas buys for Visayas and Mindanao. So that has been happening for more than a decade. So pwede po talagang pooled procurement to bring down the cost.
It's for Visayas and Mindanao.
Of Newborn Screening Center Visayas, yung West Visayas State University.
Okay.
So yun po yung example na pwede naman, same commodity, you bid the price, separate the delivery, wala pong transfer yan. I have an example for the rare ones because our representative from Roche, and actually I think Zwillig mentioned the rare diseases. This is where the pooled procurement will again play a big role because there is no way a single patient or a single hospital can buy the medicine or the metabolic formula. So there is really a place for pooled procurement. Maraming salamat po.
Will it work in the case of rare medicines? It is available, but who is in charge of safekeeping, of storage, etc.?
So for the current newborn screening program, it is specifically the Institute of Human Genetics at NIH that buys all the milk formula for the country. And then they distribute by courier and then they transfer the funds to IHG. Meron po kaming sistema kasi wala pong choice. This
But that's
is
not for rare disease, di ba?
rare diseases po.
Rare diseases, yeah.
Because for the NIH deals with the common diseases and the rare diseases. So for the rare diseases, we have a system of order for the whole country.
Okay, great. But I'm just wondering, pagka rare disease, is that common use? Or they're not? Hindi kasi, okay nga, pero yeah, I don't know how to reconcile them. How do you achieve economies of scale pagka rare disease?
Okay po. Kasi po, in the spirit of universal healthcare, we have to deal with the patients with common diseases and the patient with the rare diseases. So we have a mechanism for those with common diseases, and we have a mechanism for those with rare diseases. It is the responsibility of government to provide the platform for this.
Just pooled for all of them, for all types.
Not all. We're not even covering all yet. Not all of the rare diseases, not yet. But with the help of the Department of Health, and I hope Customs is here because it's one of our problems and bottlenecks. But together with the Department of Health, actually, we're working out a system.
Okay. Well, ComSec, please take note of that so we can invite Customs to the next hearing, or TWG. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Padilla. Any others on health before we move to education? Maybe can we call a 5-minute health break for our resource persons and for the chairman also. Thank you. We'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. health, I think we're going to go to education now. So yung mga hindi masyadong interesado sa defense and health, you're welcome to leave. But those who are interested are also welcome to stay. So, yung mga taga DBM, sorry, you have to stay because hindi namin maintindihan ito kung wala kayo. So, yeah. So, yung mga busy and need to go, I understand completely. Thank you very much for your presence here, ladies and gentlemen. So, maraming salamat sa inyo. Thank you. To allow those to leave the room, we'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. We have some order in the room, please. Yung mga session dito, paki-adjourn na po. Thank you. Can we ask the pages and to help enforce order, please, for an orderly discussion? Thank you. So we'll start with education. DepEd Director Attorney Rowan Orebia. Good afternoon, ho.
Good afternoon po. The Department of Education strongly supports the revision of RA 9184, and it also submitted its position paper and participated in some TWG meetings. Among others, we're in one with the aim of professionalizing the Bids and Awards Committee, particularly for DepEd, that we're a big agency with some governance levels and numerous procuring entities, from central office to regions, divisions, and schools. The establishment of procurement units and the professionalization of government practitioners under a law itself will really be of help to the DepEd, and not just rely on the option of seeking for DBM's approval of additional items, if at all approved, and availability of funds, if there be any. It is greatly in line also with the DepEd's direction to unburden our teachers with administrative tasks, which include procurement. We welcome as well the emphasis on strategic procurement planning for proper and sufficient preparation and planning that even expressly mentions inclusion of market scoping. Relatedly, we hope that procurement contract implementation be given also more importance under the revision. It may be covered already under the new portion on life cycle procurement. While there seems to be a notion that procurement speaks more about the back, hope, may the significance of the end users or implementing units be further highlighted under the revision. We can have an efficient back and hope, but if our EUs or IUs are not empowered, not capacitated, and would not feel the share of accountability, the proper and efficient planning and successful contract implementation would still be far from reality or greatly affected. From the Department of Education, maraming salamat po that we're part of this process of revising RA 9184.
Thank you, Director. No, we welcome any inputs from the DepEd given your size and you're given a lot of tasks, as you said. So thank you. Pasuk, Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, Vice President, Attorney Luz Viminda Rosales.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Hi, ma'am. At saka pala.
So, The Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges strongly supports the passage of this bill, amending or revising the existing GIPRA. More specifically, the introductions of some provisions of the new mode of procurement. So we greatly appreciate the inclusions of the special provisions on the procurement of highly technical equipment and materials for research and innovation. So certainly that would help SUCS in fast-tracking the implementation of some research projects. Also, the introductions of the MIARV, or the most economically advantageous responsive bid, since our BAC will be focusing not only on the price, but on the quality as well of the products being procured. So another thing, Your Honor, the professionalizations of BAC is also quite important. We share the observation of E.D. Ruiz that there is really reservations of those personnel being designated as BAC members, not only because of inadequate training, but more so on the, the attached accountability and responsibility, and the fear of being exposed to criminal and administrative liability. So with that, the licensing agreement being proposed here would be a welcome development. So likewise, Your Honor, we value the continuing existence of the procurement service of the DBM. So that helps actually in the procurement of our goods, especially the commonly used supplies. Though also we experience, Your Honor, that minsan may PO kami but it's not available in the procurement service. So we will resort to small value procurement, but we will also would like to put it on record na talaga pong mas mura, mas mababa ang presyo when we procure at the DBM procurement service. So yun nga lang, ma'am, pagka may PO kami, sir, na hindi na-serve, I don't know if it's our fault, kinokol po kami ng attention ng COA kasi may balance eh. So yun lang po, Your Honor. So again, we support the bill.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah, okay. Yun, lumalaki talaga yung mga budgets ng SUC. So I think any improvements it will benefit you.
Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Your Honor. We do acknowledge the help of the Senate in
Thank you.
increasing the budget of all the state universities.
Saka you
and
also do a lot of
colleges.
research. So apektado rin kayo ng
Yes, po, Your Honor.
bidding for research and development provisions. I'm just wondering, yun sa mayor, since na-raise ni ma'am, the terms of reference will also have to be amended to include those things, di ba? Otherwise, there's no basis to decide, di ba?
So, upon the passage of the law po, apart from the IRR, we will have to revise all of the bidding documents as well as the manuals as well. Kaya nga po kailangan din talaga ng transition in the effectivity and implementation of most of the provisions in the bill when it becomes a law.
So how do we download that to the different procurement units, BACs, etc.?
Yun nga po, number one,
Issued, meron kayo bang website or something? I guess they monitor it, no? They
meron-
monitor your issuances.
meron naman po kaming website, tsaka meron din po kaming social media pages. But apart from that nga po, importante talaga yung transition. Although ngayon pa lang po, nagre-ready na kami sa mga PBDs when they, like for instance po, the inclusion of green public procurement, kailangan pong baguhin natin yung PBDs to properly guide po the agency. Yung manual po ang mga mas magtatagal.
Right.
But certainly the IRR and the PBDs will come.
Right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and our concurrent commissioner in the Second Congressional Commission on Education. Magandang hapon po, and maraming salamat po for giving us this opportunity to share some of our findings and takeaways from our consultation and stakeholder meetings within the Edcom 2. And at the outset, Your Honor, we fully support the revision of the Government Procurement Reform Act as it aligns with the Edcom 2's goals, particularly on governance and finance of education, which you chair in our Edcom. With your kind indulgence, Your Honor, may we be allowed to
Of course.
make our brief presentation. Our presentation, Mr. Chair, will focus on our procurement issues in basic education that we have gathered in our consultation meetings and stakeholder meetings, including the Department of Education. So to start, Your Honor, since 2012, we found that only 27 textbooks have been procured for grade 1 to grade 10, despite substantial budget allocations. DepEd's budget utilization data shows that from 2018 to 2022 alone, a total of 12.6 billion has been allocated to textbooks and other instructional materials, but only 4.5 billion or 35% has been obligated and 952 million has been disbursed. Now, we'd like to show the summary of procurement of textbooks from 2012 to 2023. You can see there a majority or mostly are only on grades 5 and 6 with textbooks. And also, we'd like to show the DepEd budget utilization for textbooks and other instructional materials, which shows a very low disbursement, and it also shows the unutilized portion of the budget on textbooks. Now, the procurement issues identified by the private sector based on our consultations also would show, next slide please, that the insufficient development time, insufficient development time, according to the National Book Development Board, the development of textbooks typically takes 18 months, but DepEd often gives only 6 months from the textbook call. Also, high participation costs. Publishers lament the steep evaluation fees of 25,000 per title. For those who submit titles for one subject from grades 1 to 6, these fees would amount to 150,000 without assurance that their manuscripts will be selected for publication. Very briefly, Your Honor, there's these 3 stages in the procurement of textbooks. One is the call for manuscripts, then the printing, and then the delivery. And according to stakeholders, it takes 5 years on the average to produce a textbook. So there's a prolonged review process also. An important part of the textbook development process is the review of manuscripts, both at the selection and the finalization stages. However, DepEd does not have dedicated staff in the Bureau Learning Resources to conduct the review. Also, pricing issues, despite having higher requirements in terms of paper quality and production timelines relative to their private sector counterparts, requiring, for example, 70 GSM for newsprint instead of 50 GSM in private school books, as shared by representatives from the Philippine Educational Publishers Association, or PEPA, DepEd has less flexibility in adjusting the price of textbooks. And for those bidding for the printing and delivery, this means that the contract price will remain the same even if the cost of materials are already changed by the time the contract is awarded. Meanwhile, those bidding for manuscripts often have to bear the cost of the professional fees of their staff who work on the numerous revisions required by the Department of Education. After our meetings with DepEd, we've also learned that DepEd recently introduced a new textbook policy in response, and some of the highlights are as follows. There's a bundling now, or the procurement of manuscripts and printing, reduction of days for evaluation by transferring the implementation of corrections to the contract implementation stage, and DepEd has also submitted a new letter to the GPPB seeking guidance or policy or opinion on potentially procuring books as goods to shorten the process. And we'd like to share also just a portion of the reply of GPPB. And it has clarified that the DepEd can determine titles that shall comprise the list of learners' materials and supplementary learning resources for public school libraries and library hubs, but not making it very clear whether this can be applied in the procurement of all textbooks, not only a matter of procuring the supplementary learning materials for libraries. Now, I'd like to move, Mr. Chair, also on the procurement related to national assessments, from the textbooks to national assessments. Out of the 27 key stage assessments scheduled to be conducted from school year 2016 to 2017 to school year 2022 to 2023, 13 were delayed and 11 were not administered at all. The DepEd's Bureau of Education Assessment has 19 out of 55 regular and coterminous items are unfilled. Only 4 out of 2,396 universities offer a specialization in educational measurement with an average of only 6 graduates per year. Sorry.
The four, attorney.
Let me check, Your Honor. 4 universities. We'll submit a more detailed report, Your Honor. So the delayed procurement of the test materials and services hinder the timely administration and release of results, as may be shown here in the slide. And the contract lots for national key stage assessments as well can take as long as 45 days. Next slide, please. So, next slide. So, very few suppliers participate in public bidding based on our evaluation. Difficult specifications, lack of feedback in requests for quotation, which forces the BA to depend on BLR pricing of paper in determining the contract price. There's also a practice of BLR being the clearinghouse for pricing. And also, there are bureaucratic delays in processing procurement documents, like frequent reconstitution of bids and awards committee due to the resignation of members, and repetitive review of documents, even by officials within the same office. Now, access to textbooks definitely can affect learning outcomes. In the CPLM 2019, it was found that those who have no textbooks or shared textbooks have lower average scores than those who have one textbook per student. So finally, Mr. Chair, the delays or absence of data from the national assessments make it difficult for teachers, principals, parents, and policymakers to decide on key education concerns. And so therefore, we'd like to share that the procurement law, the education sector is very much interested to ensure that students will have access to quality textbooks and that they will receive it on time. And what can be done to ensure that the services needed for national assessments will be procured on time. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. We will submit a detailed report of this slide. Salamat po.
Thank you. Next, we'll give DepEd and the GPPB a chance to talk about this later. Now, we'll just go around the table muna. UP System Vice Chancellor for Research and Development. Thank you, Attorney Estrada. UP System Vice Chancellor for Research and Development, Carl Odulio, and UP College of Science, Dean Giovanni Tapang and Dr. Irene Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, Senator Angara, good afternoon. We're very grateful for
waiting. Sorry.
No problem, Mr. Chair. We're very grateful for inviting us today and fully support the proposed revisions of the procurement law. We would like to thank GPPB for the additional mode they proposed to accommodate the research and development needs. However, we would like to echo the need to include services as well. And with your indulgence, let me just acknowledge my colleagues from the university who also support the procurement law and with us today. With me here is Dr. Tapang, Dr. Yu. We have Dr. Onda and Dr. Colette, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Bautista, and they're all from the College of Science. And we have the Director for the Procurement Office, Attorney Ofilada, and our AVP, Dr. Martinez. And I was also a project leader and currently the back chair for Diliman Goods, and I share in the frustrations of our researchers and scientists. As the National University, we are mandated by law to conduct basic and applied research and development, promote research in various colleges and universities, and contribute to the dissemination of and application of knowledge. Conducting our research and creative work projects entail procurement of supplies, equipment, and services which range from a few hundred pesos to multi-million pesos. While we completely comprehend the need to comply with the bidding requirements as prescribed by the procurement law in order to promote transparency and competitiveness in the procurement process, bidding unfortunately takes a toll on the implementation of our research projects. For instance, there are specialized equipment that are not available locally and can only be purchased abroad. The law requires that suppliers should be registered in PhilJEPs and that we can only purchase the equipment through a local supplier. which in turn will increase or even double its price for their business. In the event that no local suppliers are interested, this will result in the loss of access to the target equipment. At the other end of the spectrum, since our bidding documents should only provide generic technical specifications and without naming brands, there will be a number of suppliers or middlemen who will submit their bids, but once awarded will deliver substandard equipment to the detriment of a research project. Some complications that would arise due to these include not achieving project objectives, requesting for extension of project duration, requesting for budget realignments and unexpended project funds, and ultimately delay in the dissemination of knowledge and information and providing solutions to our country's pressing problems. We have actually prepared a few slides with your permission.
Before you go there, can I just ask a question before I might lose it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But why do you have to go to a local supplier? The law doesn't allow you to talk to a foreign supplier directly. Ganun ba yan?
Yes.
Any comment, Director Wang?
Um,
Kasi
under
that sounds very inefficient and
Under
yeah.
RA 9184 po, we are allowed to both local and foreign suppliers. Wala pong prohibition na kailangan local supplier lang po. Otherwise po, there's no need for domestic preference rules also
Okay.
included in
Oh, that's right.
9184.
No? Yeah.
But
So how
I
come
think they have to be registered with PhilJeps. Is that correct, ma'am?
hindi naka-register yung foreign sa PhilJeps?
Not
Hindi nila
everyone
kabisado.
is interested in doing that.
Okay. So, yeah, how do we work that? Kung wala sila sa PhilJeps. Pero mas mura sila. What do you think? How many people are registered on PhilJeps? Or whether juridical or individual?
Mr. Chair, for government entities, around 66,000. For procuring for suppliers, around 266,000, Mr.
Wow.
Chair. Local and
ilan ang
foreign.
foreign doon? Sa suppliers?
We have around 4,000 foreign suppliers, Mr. Chair.
Is there a mechanism to solve what they raised about they want to buy from this person, but they should not register? What is the recourse?
I think, Mr. Chair, the GPPB addressed that before. Instead of registering platinum, some suppliers are allowed to register just by way of yung red registration po. Just so that we know them that the real deal suppliers po. So meron naman pong registration unless po participate sa public bidding, then platinum registration is
Ano bang
required
types of,
po.
can you give us a briefer on that type of registration? Ilang types yan?
Dalawa lang po.
Dalawa, red and platinum.
Red and platinum.
Walang gold or silver.
Walang
Walang ganun.
Dati meron pong isa
Parang
blue,
credit card.
but
Okay.
wala na po.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
So maybe we can do a side conversation on that particular, because it just caught my interest. But please go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. With your permission, sir, we have a few slides by Dean Tapang.
Maraming salamat po at thank you, Senator Chair Angara, for having us be able to speak here. I'm here actually to put a face on how the problems in procurement impacts research and development. As Vice Chancellor Odulio has mentioned, we brought our young and not so young scientists who were frustrated, and he came back actually from the other universities. They were here just to do research here in the Philippines. We actually are happy that we welcome the special section for science, technology, and innovation, and also echo the call to include not only goods but also services in the activities of research and development in the country. I'll just quickly show, this is the College of Science. We are around 490 researchers in a very small area in the University of the Philippines, but we do represent 1/20th or 5% of the whole research output of the whole Philippines.
Yan, malapit sa Katipunan yan?
Apo. Dun sa kanto.
Near
sa
the mall,
may-
no? Yung bagong...
Near the mall, in front of the mall po. In this area, we actually have a lot of research activities, but because of that, we encounter a lot of frustrations with regard to procurement for our research and development work. Next slide, please. As I said, we've been producing a lot of publications, and these publications represent half of UP Diliman and 1/10 of the whole UP system. and 1/20th of the whole Philippines. Next, please. And we are actually mandated by the UP Charter to do research and development and to become, next please, a research and graduate university. But for us to be able to do that with the nature of scientific research and development, it's not only subject to the pace of international development, but it's also premised on figuring out things that we as humanity do not know yet. And thus flexibility is really needed for us to proceed in doing legitimate research and development so that we can be at the pace of our neighbors and outpace even the world. It impacts timely delivery of our discovery and innovation, questions on cost effectiveness, safeguard, being able to find solutions for our health and welfare, and even national security. It also impacts the development of our local scientists and the retention of local talents because once frustrated, they leave for greener pastures. The greener pastures need not necessarily be bigger salaries, but the places that they can be as scientists. Mahirap po maging siyentista dito sa Pilipinas at isang malaking tulong kung mabago natin yung procurement law at mabigyan ng isang lugar ang research and development activities para mas dumali dito sa Pilipinas. We will also submit to the committees a reference study that we made in the college with the USAID Stride on our public procurement activities pre-pandemic, which we actually got a lot of this data that we have. The next few slides are just the multiple laboratories. You can quickly go through it in the College of Science alone, and each of them procure supplies, goods, and services, and all of them have their own stories of frustration. If you want, Senator, we could ask our scientists here, but I don't think it would be
I-document nyo na lang.
necessary.
Can you document it?
Yes po.
Baka maiyak ako eh. Yeah.
Last thing, Senator, ito pong hawak ko na to is 150,000 component that is used by Dr. Irene Rodriguez. Isa lang ang gumagawa sa buong mundo. 5 lang ang kailangan niya per year, and therefore, ang hirap pilitin sila na mag-register po kayo ng PhilJeps para makabili ng ganito.
Hitachi in Japan.
So,
It's a resin. It concentrates metals from water and from whatever matrix. So papadaanin po ang 20 liters na tubig dito sa isang resin na ito. And then from there, yung concentrated na solution, pwede na ngayon nating i-analyze. So yung equipment po na ginagamit ko pag-analyze ng trace metal is costing around 20 million. May budget tayo doon, makakabili ako noon kasi meron tayong supplier. Pero ang problema ko ay yung resin na ito. So that's really a problem that can be addressed.
What's the application of that? Sorry.
This is just
saan
for
ginagamit sa your analyzing water quality or what?
trace metal content in whatever matrix. So from water
toxic levels, ganon? Things like that? Okay.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Pasensya na, forgive my ignorance. Yeah. So what are the usages? So and the problem is you need to register sa PhilJeps.
Mahirap
So what do we do? What can we do for them? Yeah.
If I may po, sabi po kasi nila, 150,000 kailangan po nila 5. Isa lang po ang source sa buong mundo. So they can do direct contracting. They don't
What's
have to
that? Sorry?
they can do direct contracting already based on that representation. Yun naman pong PhilJeps registration for that is just the number. You can actually register online within 24 hours po. You'll get the number na po.
Okay.
Yun pong requirements I think
We
is
can talk
just
to imbitahin natin yung supplier dito
it's
para
just mayor's
mag-register,
permit.
madali lang naman pala.
So baka po kasi nako-confuse sila yung public bidding requirements na platinum with that. Based on the representation po kasi, only one supplier in the world, they only need 5. So 150 times 5, you don't under the new bill, you don't even have to do public bidding. But under the current law, you just do direct contracting.
What's the limit under current?
You have to go directly na po dun sa
For direct, magkano? Meron ba yun?
wala po.
Wala,
Kasi nga po ang requirement nun is kung yun lang
As a
yung
single bidder, a single supplier.
kung yun lang naman po, kung proprietary siya or kung ano po yung reason bakit doon lang po siya pwedeng bumili. Maaari naman pong gawin yun.
Alright. Right. Okay. Yes, Dr. Willie Padolina.
I
Yes, sir.
think this particular case, Mr. Senator, dramatizes the need to really kind of clarify what is a legal, technical, and financial requirement, because all the modes of bidding, or all the modes of procurement rather, require that the supplier comply with legal, technical, and financial requirements. And you can see in this particular case, what kind of legal, financial, and technical requirement will we require for this one-time purchase? Otherwise, the supplier will just ignore us. Thank you.
Yeah. Suplado pala yung mga supplier na yan. Okay. So, please, tapos na ba, Dean? Thank you very much. Very, we just take this moment to word of appreciation for the scientific community. Very important work you do. And we want to support you beyond just lip service. No? So, thank you. Can we hear from UPNC PAG? I think we heard from Attorney Villanueva earlier, but maybe on this topic, Dean Christopher Berce and Attorney Lawrence Villanueva, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to be here also and share our insights from the side of governance. We believe that this is something that we should address with a sense of urgency because it is already becoming a silent crisis, if I may say. No, we've 80%, for example, of the pending investigation within the Ombudsman as of 2019 are procurement related. No? And in our national budget, 45 to 50% are procurement also related. So kailangan po nating tingnan, and we're happy that the leadership under you, Mr. Chair, has finally taken on this challenge, and we're moving forward with the reforms. We have submitted our position paper last January 31, but if with your indulgence, I will just highlight maybe some of the key principles that we appreciate seeing, and also we hope also to be underlined in the proposed reforms. Of course, we support the many of the provisions and principles that were mentioned already by my colleagues, by Dr. Odulio and by Dingani Tapang. But we'd like to emphasize that yes, we're moving in the right direction in terms of promoting the principles of transparency, efficiency, value for money, and accountability in the whole procurement process, not only within the public sector, but also especially within the private sector, lalo na yung nabanggit kanina ni Senator Amy on the, yung issue about the cartels, quote unquote. The other thing that we'd like to also highlight is the adoption of good practices, no? And this is especially with respect to the point that you made earlier about simplifying the whole process. For example, we note that the suggestion or the proposal on the move to adopt the most economically advantageous responsive bid. I think that's one way to avoid minimize the issues or even eliminate the issues we've had with the lowest possible bid problem. Because in fact, in the past, what we know is that there were even cases na may mga nagsasubmit ng bid na zero yung price, ano? In which case, bakit hindi na lang i-donate di ho ba yung kanilang services or goods, no? One possible good practice would be that we can learn from development.
Donor's tax yun eh. Pag mag-donate ka, magbabayad ka.
But eventually po, parang para lang makapasok, and then later on, magkakaroon ng adjustment. So meron pa rin pera, no? One idea po is to adapt yung sinusunod ng other organizations like ADB or yung concept ng abnormally low bid, meaning if the bid is below 30% of the ABC, automatic disqualified na, no? Because there's an assumption that, it's just a one way of rigging the system. But the thing po with that is that it presumes that the procurement planning, the procurement plan or the ABCs were properly done And in that context, we're also supporting the idea of incorporating the principle of life cycle in the ABC. No? Doon pa lang sa pag-prepare kung magkano talaga yung costing, dapat naka-account na all the way to the even to the disposal as much as possible. And lastly po, we would like to note that some of the reforms that we've been talking about may be addressed not necessarily in the law, but even just by tightening our IRR and maybe even in the harmonization of our guidelines, particularly among our different agencies like the GPPB, of course DBM, and especially COA was unfortunately absent. But we need to harmonize all of these guidelines to ensure that we're all, we will be all on the same page. We note that there are some of our challenges are related to capacity, of the different agencies, and for that we support definitely the professionalization of the back and the procurement unit. And on that aspect, we, of course, on behalf of the UP and CIPAG, we're certainly open to supporting government efforts in terms of capacitating and professionalizing our personnel with respect to procurement. Yun lang po, Your Honor, and if with your indulgence, if we have the time, we're ready also to share some of our specific recommendations, and that would be through our procurement expert,
Yes,
Attorney
please,
Lawrence.
please send kasi we're in the finalization stage of the bill already.
Thank
Siguro
you.
we want to finalize it in the next 2 weeks. And,
Yes, Your Honor. Our recommendations actually is divided into 3.
Okay, go ahead.
UP and CIPAG, Your Honors, believe that good governance starts with good procurement. And good procurement is defined as something that is procurement on time, in full, and without error. The UP and CIPAG, Your Honors, with the guidance of our Dean, the concept of on time, firstly. According to the GPPB, the opposite of on time is delay. 50% of delay in procurement is due to poor planning. Because in Section 7 of RA 9184, we only have one section pertaining to procurement planning and budget linkage. But that composed of the bigger problem, and that should be addressed. Now, for part 3 of our recommendation, Your Honor, during the bidding, most of the problems encountered by the back, because it's not the back who is doing the planning, the back is doing the procurement. But in Section 31 of the law, there is this phrase, non-discretionary pass-failed, in opening the first envelope, because our bidding process in the Philippines is 2-envelope system. Before you open the second, which is actually the bid, they must pass the first. So our problem there is in appreciating the documents indicated in the, as mentioned by Dr. Padolina, legally, technically, and financially. Legally, it's okay. It's easy. Mere platinum, that would now represent existence of mayor's permit, tax clearance, and all other legal. But for technical, that's the problem, Your Honor. For technical eligibility, we propose that we remove the phrase using non-discretionary pass-fail criteria. The object of opening the first envelope and second envelope is to merely determine the lowest calculated bid. If the focus is merely on lowest, then we might be missing the most critical, which is the technical compliance. In other international procurement bodies, Your Honor, they have disclosed Section 30.1 in our proposal, substantially responsive technical bid. So it's part of our recommendation. It's there. And number 2, Your Honor, so you could see there that the back is not merely performing the discretionary. In the bidding, Your Honors, we encourage procuring entity to put the range. For example, you do not limit the size to exactly the size you need, but you put the range. For example, 10 inches, put at least 10 inches. So if the bidder would propose 13, 15, or 7, whatever, the back can now determine if that would fit using this criterion, substantially responsive technical bid. Also, Your Honor, we propose the inclusion of provision on non-material non-conformities. The non-material non-conformities is adopted by the Asian Development Bank and all other international financing institutions, meaning if there are merely error in or typographical error, because of the concept of non-discretionary, the bank will declare ineligible if that is merely typographical. Now, by adopting the concept of non-material non-conformities, if it is merely spelling or if there are documents that would support the actual tender in the document itself, for example, in the bid data, in the brochure or manual submitted, if it could be established that the typographical error is non-material, insofar as the bidding is concerned, then the BAC should consider this provision. Next, Your Honor, as mentioned by our Dean, is the requirement for zero. Section 31, actually Section 32, provides for a zero offer. Our problem, if zero is accepted in RA 9184, how much should be the contract price? Zero. If the contract price is zero, how much should be the performance bond? Zero. If there are delays during the delivery, how much should be the liquidated damages? Zero also. And so we propose the deletion of that offering of zero. In fact, our proposal following the ADB also, as mentioned by our Dean, we have a provision on abnormally low bid. Abnormally low bid is defined already, and then there are procedures on how to consider or not to consider an abnormally low bid in our proposal. And lastly, Your Honors, there are many other, and we have already submitted this, in so far as, so the guidelines are there provided by the UP-NCPAG, Your Honor. Also for discrepancy, in our guidelines, in case of conflict between words and figure, word shall prevail. UP-NCPAG proposed that if there's discrepancy between words and figure, the amount in words shall prevail unless the amount expressed in words is related to an arithmetical error, in which case we shall correct, and then if the figure is the actual correct result, the figure may now be considered. These are just some of the requirements. In the planning, Your Honors, our proposal is comprehensive and we could not discuss it because of limited time. So for bidding purposes, these are some. And also, Your Honor, we would like to echo the sentiment of the bidders. If awarded the project and later on it will be declared illegal, the concept of quantum merit must also be integrated in our IRR. Because the money claim provision, it would take about 3 to 5 years for the bidder before they could collect from the Commission on Audit. So we propose that there shall be a provision on quantum merit, and Section 65 as regards the penalty should also be reviewed, Your Honor. It's in our recommendations, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time. Does the DBM or GPPB care to comment? Yeah, Direct Wang.
Your Honor, much of the recommendations I think are more internal to the agency or something that the guidelines can identify. Halimbawa po, yung pong pagbibigay ng range, it's really up to the agency kung ano yung specification na kailangan nila. We don't have to put it in the IRR. Next, on the issue of the abnormally low bids, yun po kasing comparison nila with our development partners, hindi apples to apples. Wala pong konsepto ng ABC ang ating development partners, unlike us. Bakit po tayo may ABC? Because sabi po sa Constitution, no money shall be paid out of the Treasury except in pursuance of an appropriation made by law. So, ibig sabihin, di ka pwedeng mag-award kung wala kang budget for the purpose. Sa mga development partners po, kaya may konsepto na abnormally low bid kasi wala silang ABC, so you can actually bid for anong sa palagay mong amount na nararapat. And then pag makita po ng development partner na parang masyadong mababa, they will compare. So may proseso po doon na ini-evaluate nila. Ano ba yung basis mo? Bakit ganyan yung bid mo? Kung satisfied si development partner na may reason pala. So iba yung consideration niya. Or kaya naman pala. So hindi ko consider yung sayo kasi mali yung assumption mo. Kaya nga po ang ating pinapropose really is ayusin ang pagpaplano. Kasi doon pumapasok yung pag-identify ng ABC. Kung tama po yung ABC, we should not be encountering abnormally low bid prices. Instead, we should be encountering suppliers that are non-compliant with the technical specifications. So, ibig sabihin, eventually, hindi po sila ma-awardan or madi-disqualify po sila kasi hindi po nila kayang magbigay ng produkto na kailangan po ng procuring entity. So, yun po, as far as I remember po yung mga recommendation. But we do appreciate
Yung
po.
sa zero, what do you say about
Yung
it?
zero po kasi, the point of that is, sa isa pong bid, marami pong components yan. So, it's very possible sa isa may mag-zero. So, yun po yung point doon eh. Wala pa po akong na-encounter na bid na zero lahat. Because kung ganun po, hindi na po siguro siya sasali. Kasi bibili pa siya ng bidding documents para lang mag-bid ng zero. Ang reason lang po for the zero is really because a bid has many components. Hindi lamang po isa. So, yun po sigurong ini-anticipate nilang mangyari. Hindi pa ho naman siya sa pagkakaalam ko nangyayari. But that's the reason po for the zero, for allowing na for this particular item. Because probably for that supplier, ito sa akin, I can really give this for free because I don't really have any investment or premium for this. So, yun po yung reason for that.
Yung, yeah, Director.
Just to add to what ED Weng mentioned po. Regarding po yung substantially responsive technical bid, ano po. The reason why RA 9184 provided for yung pong pass or fail non-discretionary criteria. Sa matter of fact, is to regulate discretion on the part of the Bids and Awards Committee. Kailangan may pass or fail. Sa matter of fact, as we speak now, there are some back that would fail a passing offer or will pass a failing offer. Ano po. So it regulates it. Now, the introduction of the MIRB po, the most economically advantageous responsive bid. Ang maganda po dito, you still contain the parameters without, letting them overflow such that it cannot be, controlled anymore. No? Maaabuso na naman po. Kaya po yung MIRB natin, let's say yung technical specification po natin, one component can be divided into several and you allocate points. Ano po? And the highest technical tenderer and then the price added together on quality and price ratio, then you get the most economically advantageous responsive bid.
Ano tayo? Ilang ano ba yan? Ilang components yung MIRB?
Alam lang po yan. Pareho lang po. May technical and financial din po. Although
We have scores.
quality,
We have fixed scores for that.
Opo.
Ilan yun? Ilang
we allocate ratio on the technical
parang
and
beauty
the
contest,
financial.
may
70-30,
15%,
60-40 po.
pleasing personality, gano'n. Okay.
Opo. And then last on yung po kasing substantial is very subjective. Ano po? I mean, pag sinabi mo what is substantial sa'yo, kung wala kang measure, it cannot be, parang subject to discretion. I take for example the case of during that time na wala pang pass or fail criterion during PD 1594, ganun po ang konteksto. Substantial, okay na yan, substantial compliance na yan. So it's being abused, no? And then yung pong konsepto naman ho ng abnormally low tender, the ALT. This is used in EU, in some other jurisdictions, but it's correct. Either way, it's correct. Meron po kasi wala po kasi sa atin ho advertise ang ABC, Mr. Chair. Kino-contest po ng development partners, bakit natin ina-advertise ang ABC when it should be hidden? Prior to RA 9184, especially doon po sa ating PD 1594 on infra procurement, nakatago po ang AAE, Approved Agency Estimate. Akala nung nag-formulate nung AAE, hindi alam ng lahat. Hindi niya alam, siya lang hindi nakaalam. Alam na ng lahat yung AAE. See? Kaya po pinablish na po natin yung ABC as ceiling for bid prices under Section 31. Now, if you put down an ALT or yung pong tinatawag nila na floor, nung pinag-uusapan natin nung una ito, under your father po, sabi niya, ceiling lang, walang floor. Kasi pag nilagyan mo ng floor, that's anti-competition already. There are bidders that would really, andito po si Director ng DPWH na po. Meron ho mga bidders, contractors, para magamit ang equipment nila, they will bid, diving their bids. Para ho magamit ang contractor, magamit ang equipment at magamit ang tao. Kahit patalo, they do that. So, if you will put a floor on the bid, ang mangyayari po niyan, you will be dictating the cadence now of offers. So, maybe really we have to study an ALT or a floor for bid prices. Ceiling will be good because that's known already. Bidders may opt to bid lower than the floor or even at any rate, Mr. Chair, meron naman hong post-qualification mechanism and now there's already MIRB that will tell the agency, oh, dito ka ba mag-a-award o hindi ka dito mag-a-award. The agency now has both option po. Gamitin pa ba namin LCRB o MIRB na kami? It's up for the agency of allowing them to be able to procure at the end of the day po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course, of course.
Kalimutan ko pong banggitin yung sa non-substantial non-conformity. Technically po, under our principle of competitiveness, bawal po yun. Sabi po sa competition, hindi ka dapat hindi ka dapat nagdi-disqualify for very minor reasons. Sa pag-aaral po namin, 70% of failure happens during the opening of bids. Bakit po? Nakita po namin nung further study, kasi po, opening pa lang, nagpo-post-qual na po ang mga back. Ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Sabi po sa ating rules, pass or fail, presence or absence of the legal technical documents as the first envelope. All they have to look is meron ba? Ang nangyayari po kasi, katulad po nung nabanggit na example, pag may mga konting typo, may panahon pa nga po, pagka hindi nag-comply sa kulay ng signature ng ballpen ng signature na ilalagay nila, dinidisqualify po nila. Kaya po ina-emphasize namin sa aming mga training modules, anong ibig sabihin ng pass or fail or presence or absence? Yan po yung reason bakit non-discretionary. Kasi the moment you apply discretion, pwede mo sabihin pwede na yan. Okay na yan sa akin eh. Kaya nga pass or fail, kasi eligibility pa lang naman to eh. Doon mo titignan yung detalye sa post-qualification. Kasi otherwise, hahaba po ang ating opening. Kaya po technically, hindi po pwedeng sabihin na we actually disqualify for the simplest of reason. Kasi very clear naman po yung ating eligibility documents eh. Sa post-qualification, yun naman pong capacity, yung mga nagawa niya ng project, yun naman po yung tinitignan natin. I think it's really the risk aversion po of the back that they don't want na magkaroon po ng issue na kaya gusto po nila mahigpitan talaga na minsan po ultimo yung mayor's permit during opening i-check nila. Bakit ang mayor's permit mo ang niregister mo ganito? Iba-iba pong LGU, iba-iba pong category ng registration ng mayor's permit. So hinahanap po nila yung nakagawa nila sa LGU nila, which would be unfair again because you're limiting again. So I think kailangan lang po talaga makapacitate ang ating mga procurement practitioners on how to actually apply po the rules. So yun po yung nakikita ko po doon. Thank you.
Want to respond to that? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this is DPWH Director Gregorio, no? Yeah,
Good
yeah. Go ahead,
afternoon,
ma'am.
Your Honor, and to all my fellow government servants. We do support po yun sa health sa UP proposal as to the adoption po ng abnormally low bid, kasi ito naman po ay accepted ng ADB, World Bank and other international funding institution. However, si DPWH po hindi po kami automatically na nagre-reject ng bid if it is below the the ABC of how much percent. We do clarify po with the contractor bakit ganito kababa, and then if the back decided to accept po yung mga reasons, ina-accept po namin yun. However, if the back determine that it is abnormally low bid, we do require additional performance security on top of the regular performance security. Percentage of the variance po of bid of the contractor and the estimated cost ng government, or we do increase the retention money. Yun po yung process namin.
Babalik yun sa kanya yun, di ba?
Oh.
Yung bond, lahat yun bumabalik eh, di ba? Yung bond.
Kung i-accept po
so,
yun, sir.
Yeah, kasi kung mabari naman yun, gagawin niya, babalik sa kanya yung bond, di ba?
Opo, sir.
So it's not really, is it?
Hindi na po, sir. Kasi
hindi
po,
na?
nasa atin na po yung performance. Yung po kasing performance security po, hanggang sa na po yun, acceptance na po yun, sir.
Pero pag nagawa na yung project,
po,
he can call the bond back, di ba? Ibabalik sa kanya yun, di?
Hindi po, in performance po, hindi.
Hindi na. Okay. Hindi siya security. It's not
Yung performance bond lang po to answer kung sakaling takbuhan tayo ng supplier.
Yeah.
So, premium lang po yung binabayad nila doon. So, i-call lang natin kung magkaroon ng problema.
And it's a
yung
strong deterrence to
Well, I don't have the
Deterrent,
data
rather.
to support whether it's a strong deterrence or not. yun pong retention money, yun yung effectively na hold lang po natin na portion until fully final ma-implement na po yung project.
That seems like a weak deterrent because eventually he'll get his money back. So,
yung po
kung
kasi-
may pera naman siya, ano lang, cost of money lang yun, di ba?
Yung performance bond po kasi it's just a bond.
Mhm.
So basically, we
So,
call on
so
the
I don't
bond.
see if
So-
it's, how can it be a deterrent to a lower, to a diver?
No, sir, it's not. It's not. It's really for. It's not.
being-
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. It's not a deterrent for that. It's actually. I thought it was a.
Hindi, kasi kung hindi natin ipapagbawal yung ganong disqualification, ganon, it will continue to happen. But how do you actually deter it? If you don't want to put it in law, then you must have some kind of disincentive, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So ano yun?
Siguro po talagang
Otherwise, patuloy pa lang yun. Patuloy pa, di ba?
mas striktuhan po talaga natin yung sa implementing guidelines at pag-i-implement po. Hindi ko po kasi nakikitang deterrent yung magkakaroon ka ng percentage.
Exactly.
Beyond that is,
Yun ang pinakit niya. Yun ang sinasabi ko,
akala ko po.
Director. You said one solution is to have that ban, pero how does that work to deter that unsavory practice?
Kasi po sir, pagka po i-implement namin yun sir, parang dinidiscourage po natin ng mga diver. Kasi kung titingnan niyo po sa infra, ang dami pong nagbi-below the average, yung gano'n, which is resulting to ano po, during the implementation po, nagkakaroon ng termination of contract, substandard quality po yung gano'n. Then minsan po na-abandon ng project because of the low bid. So para po
Masubmit na lang,
po
Director. Ano yung recommendations nyo dyan? How do you propose to address that practice kung ang recommendation nga is not to disqualify these divers and divers, so to speak, low bidders, artificially low bidders, or who just want to manipulate the bidding, di ba? Or to game the system.
Actually, sir, we have submitted our
Meron
position
na.
paper to
Sige,
the
sige.
committee secretary.
Pero not only a position paper, but what are the actual practices ng i-implement ng department to going forward? Kasi paano yun parang well-known na yan di ba? May papasok dito tapos magda-dive para manggugulo lang, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Totoo yun, di ba? That really happens, di ba?
Yes, sir. Yun po yung mga challenges namin sa
Yeah.
DPWH.
Yeah, okay. Attorney, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. There are some cases in infrastructure because good we have the DPWH. Your Honors, normally there is a detailed unit price analysis. Yes, and that is a requirement prior to conduct of bidding. In some agencies, Your Honor, the bidders, what they would do is that they would place 0 in some of the items, but in the items that would be needed during the initial stage of the implementation, high price. And in the total, they would still qualify. We call that front loading. Yes, unbalanced bid. Your Honor, in our experience, what we do is we put a cap that in your price proposal, in the detailed unit price, they should not and they cannot offer 10% higher than the DUPA, but they may offer 0 or lower price because that's in the law. But no way that they could offer in their detailed unit price higher than 10% of the actual costing that we provide them in the detailed unit price analysis. Opo. So that's our practice, just to prevent po the practice of front loading, and then later on the hospitals, kawawa naman, the contractors would not anymore complete it.
Maraming very low ang utilization ng hospitals kasi yun nga, nanalo sa bid pero ayaw na ipagpatuloy yung project. So, natitenga siya. That's an actual I've been hearing those cases. In fact, I think PCMC or one of those hospitals, PCMC, di ba? PCMC, yeah. So, inabandon yung project. So,
Tsaka,
sige, baka may recommendation kayo dyan, Director. Kahit submit nyo na lang.
Sir, if I may also add, because paulit-ulit po nababanggit yung substandard. Sa infrastructure po, ang nakikita ko nagiging problema, marami pong nagbebenta ng pickup license nila. So, ang nangyayari po, kailangan po siguro yun ng ma-address natin. Ibig sabihin po, ginagamit lang yung license to comply, pero iba naman po talaga yung entity na gumagawa. Kaya po nagkakaroon ng abandonment tsaka substandard. Minsan naman po ang ginagawa ng joint venture. So, ang nangyayari po, yun pong maayos talaga na yung merong license at may technical capacity ka joint venture, pero ang gagawa rin naman yung isang wala. Ang ginagawa po ng DPWH in practice, kapag po ganun, pinapatawag po yung other joint venture. Para po kami po, ginawa din po namin yan no, in actual practice. Kasi nga po, kailangan maintindihan ng ka-joint venture na pati ikaw mablacklist, pati ikaw maapektuhan nito. So para din po deterrent na hindi sila nakipag-joint venture lang because just to use their name. So ito po yung mga practices. I think kailangan po din talagang ma-address tong paggamit po ng pickup license.
Different from subcontracting.
Iba po.
Iba pa
Iba
yun.
po yun.
O subcontracting is allowed, di ba?
Allowed naman po to a certain allowed
So how is it different
kasi
from
may
subcontracting?
mga karamihan po naman ng projects kailangan mo talagang i-subcontract kasi wala naman pong isang contractor na kaya niyang i-provide lahat from scratch. Yung salamin, yung mga pintuan. So wala pong masama sa subcontracting per se. So
Pero subcontracting in the sense, I think that's a subcontracting in terms of getting suppliers, but subcontracting in the sense that iba talaga yung nagte-take charge ng project.
Ito po kasi ginagamit yung pangalan ng may lisensya. So kung si A po yung may lisensya, si B po talaga yung gumagawa. So parang pino-front lang.
That's not considered subcontracting.
That's not po. So bawal po yun. So pwede pong ma-blacklist yung nagbenta at kung may construction firm din po yung bumili, pwede rin po siyang ma-blacklist. So yun po siguro kailangan mas ma-monitor din po siguro sa pag-i-issue ng pickup license po ng para po ng pickup po para po mas matulungan din po tayo sa pag-i-implement po ng infrastructure projects.
Okay. Director Dennis.
Addition lang po, Mr. Chair, doon sa after the award of the contract, actually in the IRR, to address po yung mga tumatakas sa mga contractors, in the IRR, yung advance payment po, yung mobilization cost or mobilization fee, may laman po yan hindi yan shall. So happen, kung di mo nag-demand yung contractor ng advance payment, hindi mo bibigyan. Pero parang naging automatic na yung practice natin. Pag award ng contract, may advance na 15% payment. Actually, that can be controlled. As a matter of fact, sometime in 2017 or 18, the GPPB discussed that po with the DPWH. Mga nadidelay na contractors, ano ang catch-up plan? Okay? Magsasubmit sila ng catch-up plan on paano gagawin. And then, the concept of milestone payments po. Kasi ngayon, progress billings. Pagkada buwan, magpa-progress billing. Sa matter of fact, may mga contractor naman na hindi na nagbibill, sa dulo na nagbibill pag tapos na. Okay, so ang isa kong proposal is don't give advance payment anymore. Allow them to construct first and then pagka natapos yung first phase, then bayaran. Kasi anong nangyari ngayon, kasi nila mandatory yung advance payment or mobilization fee. Hindi naman kasi may lang naman yung sa rule.
Hindi bawal yung advance payment? Pwede
hindi po, pwede po yung 15% po na mobilization
LGUs
cost.
bawal, di ba?
Pwede rin po.
Pwede?
RA 9184 naman po yung ginagamit.
Okay.
So I think that can be addressed through the IRR also. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Salamat.
Sir, Your Honor, one final
then
note.
we'll go to Director.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sige.
One final note, Your Honor. Since our Executive Director, Ma'am Grace, mentioned about joint venture, we heard last week, Your Honor, and we discussed it last night, that one of the senators sponsored that in case of joint venture, it should be confined or limited merely to those in the same nature of line of business that was mentioned last week. Your Honors, in RA 9184, there is mixed procurement. And case at point, hospitals, by August, they would be given a budget, for example, of 20 or 30 million to purchase a CT scan. Normally, the BAC will procure separately the unit and the infrastructure separately. Now, the BAC would be able to complete the procurement of CT scan. Unfortunately, because of limited fund, the infra component would not be completed. The next problem would be the COA will issue either a disallowance or notice of suspension, and eventually a case will be filed against the BAC. In fact, National Center for Mental Health suffered this, but because of our point, Your Honor, is in joint venture, our strategy now is in case of mixed procurement, we would like to compel the bidders, supplier of CT scan, construction firm, put up a joint venture. If we follow the definition, siguro there should be an exemption in case of mixed procurement. And yung joint venture concept po kasi last week is it should only be limited between or among those companies in the same line of business. That's our just an input, Your Honor, which we discussed last night po within Berse po.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Attorney. Director? Yeah.
Sir, doon naman po sa sinasabi ni Sir na unbalanced bid, actually wala po kasi sa IRR of RA 9184. Kailan po, meron po kaming strategy si DPWH. If you want, I can discuss it po.
Ano yun?
Ano po sir, doon po sa unbalanced bid, yung high unit rates po for certain, kunyari po 30% above the ano po, yung front loading, ang ginagawa po namin dyan, during the contract implementation, yung payment po sir, hanggat hindi po nagwa 100% yung pay item na yon, babayaran muna po namin sila sa unit price ng ABC. Then pagka po 100% na, tsaka po namin sila babayaran at the contractor's unit cost. Para po hindi po i-abandon yung ano na yun, yung project. Kasi mostly po pagka sa front loading, pagka po nakasingil na po sila ng malaki, naiiwanan na po yung project, hindi na natatapos. So termination na po yun. So yun po yung ginawa namin sa DPWH.
Yeah, Director Weng.
Sir, maganda po. We welcome a proposal coming from the DPWH para mas mapag-aralan po namin yung study nila at saka yung specific proposal nila para ma-apply din po ng lahat ng procuring entities. Hindi po, wala po.
Director, pakisisi mo si Director Weng.
Yes po sir. Noted po sir.
Mas alam niya to kaysa sa akin. Kaya, sige, thank you. Anything else? Maybe we give DepEd a chance to respond to what the Edcom said. Although they noted already your efforts at improving your procurement. But baka I wanted to give, in the interest of fairness, to give you some time to
Maraming
explain.
salamat po. Just maybe we would like to provide updates na lang po regarding the textbook procurement. For this year, we have already started our procurement for textbooks for grades 1, 4, 7, and senior high school. Our total budget is about 7 billion. And we also outsourced, we are also outsourcing the services for quality assurance of textbooks and manuals. So they will be related procurement projects to ensure na hindi lang po yung na-mention na issue na kulang sa tao or kasi maraming travels for DepEd. So we have this outsourcing for quality assurance
Outsourcing of
ng
the quality
textbooks.
assurance meant to be a permanent solution or makeshift solution lang yan?
Just for this textbook procurement.
So next year you'll fill up the positions or ganun ba yan? Anong plano? Long term?
We will be discussing this with Edcom,
Okay,
sir, but for
update
now
nyo na lang
that's
kami.
the
Anong-
opo. And then for the assessment, we conducted early procurement for this year so that kahit na papaano makapag-procure na kami ng assessments for this year. And we have discussions on the concerns nga po on the yearly procurement of the challenges for assessment. So we're considering securing multi-year contractual authority sa DBM for our assessments. And we have been actively coordinating or working with Edcom, and tomorrow we have a meeting po with Edcom too.
For the classrooms. Kasi, di ba, may problema dun di ba? Low utilization kasi the money comes late and then once you download the money, may problema sa mga localities pala, ganon. How do we address those? Parang, are you in charge of that? Yung sa classroom? School building fund. School building fund.
It's with DPWH, sir, yung sa classroom construction. Yes, sir.
DPWH. May problema nyo yun, di ba? Kasi late na nata dumarating yung pera.
Yes sir, kaya nga
Oo.
po yung sa cash-based budgeting, doon po kami na.
So, anong solusyon na? Anong
Nadagdag pa po sir yung sa SUCs na 5 million na 5 million napunta na rin po sa DPWH.
Edcom, problema mo na yan. Ikaw na mag-aaral dyan. Now, can you recommend something to maybe since you're speaking to these stakeholders na? We've seen it year after year, di ba? Mababang utilization rate. So, how do we improve it? Assignment na lang na. Yes.
Banggit lang po yung GPPB kasi dun sa Edcom presentation. So from our records po, we've already responded to the DepEd requests for guidance last November of 2023. From our records, wala din pong pending request ang DepEd. And if I can infer po from the presentation, DepEd wanted to know if they can procure under goods. Yun naman pong determination whether you procure as goods, infra, or consulting lies on the procuring entity. Wala pong policy consideration doon. Nasa agency, it's within their prerogative po to procure whether it's good infra or consulting. Apo.
So you have your answer, DepEd.
Apo, for the textbook po, that's why for now we already procuring bundled development, printing, and delivery of the textbooks po as goods.
Anything else, guys? Any last words from Director
Doon
Dennis?
po lang, Mr. Chair, doon sa concern on textbook procurement kasi. There's a law kasi ho, di ba? Yung batas, hiniwalay ho yung pag-development ng manuscript, pati yung printing, and then later on, I forgot po the law eh. But mga 80-47.
Development.
Ako. Nung araw kasi sir, isa lang eh. Kunyari kung sino lang yung publisher, kung sino na yung author niya magkasama. So hiniwalay ng batas yung manuscript development and then yung printing. So kaya sinasabi po kanina is 18 months yung manuscript development, yung printing ipapabid mo pa ulit. So doble-doble yung procurement. Now, sabi po, yun nga po, kung sabi pong binabundle kanina, i-remind ko lang, pakicheck ko yung batas na yun because that law really separated it. Kaya kung titingnan niyo po yung baka lang mag-rider.
Sir, ang nangyari po kasi, inintay po muna, kumbaga naging sequential po. Once matapos yung design siya kayo procure, pwede naman po silang magsabay in terms of, or mag-forecast ka or mag-anticipate ka na ng hindi ko po masyadong na-follow, pero yun pong ginagawa ngayon ng DepEd, mas napabilis na po nila yung pag-procure as far as
Bundled lang po siya in the sense na delivery is already included and printing, but development is still there. Under RA 8047, what is required po is that the development should be by private publishers and not DepEd. So it's still, for us, we're still complying with it. Yun nga po. Sige po. We will just
give us a feedback on that. We need to amend them. Pero alam ng government. Yan, efficiency. Yeah.
This is in relation, Mr. Chair, to the previous interventions from Diliman. One of our concerns is the ABC. It is difficult to come up with a good figure. It's either overestimated or underestimated. And one of the unknowns that we have faced regularly is the customs duties, which according to the last TWG meetings, seem not to be very clear. So if there is an importation of a piece of equipment that they cannot classify under the existing tariff schedule, they have to go up to the tariff board. And that means that there's a delay. If it's a biological material, it will just deteriorate and perish. So we'd like to have some guidance, maybe from the customs and the tariff commission on how this will be handled, because it's becoming really a very big concern in estimating the ABC. We have to put that in, because sometimes if we don't put that in, we are caught red-handed and we have to raise the money to pay for the tariff, and we then have to just deal with the delay in customs. The next point, Mr. Chair, that I'd like to bring up, and I may sound like a broken record, is the issue of specifying the brand. It's very important in our research and development enterprise that we get some kind of flexibility in that. In the TWG meetings, I propose that we be allowed to specify the brand, but to be bidded out, so that you can get the best price for that brand. I think there is merit in not specify in the other procurement modes that you can already use your discretion in specifying the brand, but there may be big items where you can source it from other or multiple suppliers and get a good price. The direct purchase will probably take care of that, but that means you don't have the mechanism to get a good price for that. Thank you. It's just some suggestions.
Maybe I need to ask, consult the GPPB on that, yung sa ABC issue and customs and tariffs. What can they do? How can we resolve that? Mahirap talaga to predict. You cannot predict these things, di ba?
Ang sinasabi po kasi ng BOC, they have the rules already, so you can already ahead of time prepare. Yun po yung sinasabi nila. Pero we will try to coordinate with them and
Is that
see
borne out by practice?
Yes, sir. Kasi hindi po sa amin yun yung...
I mean, is it really easy to compute? Baka...
I wouldn't know for now po, to be honest. So kaya I need to talk po with the BOC, ano po yung ginagawa ngayon on that. Doon naman pong sa brand, the most internationally po talaga no brand name because it's anti-competition. The most po na i-allow even by the international other jurisdiction like the US is you include the phrase or its equivalent. So in instances where you cannot intelligibly identify the specifications, ang inaalaw po would be identify the brand or its equivalent. Ibig pong sabihin, hindi ka limited pa rin dun sa brand. Because if you could not really identify for whatever reason, you include the brand, Kodak, or its equivalent. So any other proposal that will be equivalent to that should be accepted or better. So yun po yung how this is implemented internationally. But baka po tayo lang ang bansa sa buong mundo that would allow procurement for a specific brand if we're going to allow for procurement for
even
with the brand
for
name.
scientific
Wala,
I think these are measurables Pagka ibang equipment, correct me if I'm wrong.
Kasi
Pagka
po,
iba daw ang equipment na ginamit, ibang resulta daw.
kasi po, kung ganun po,
I'm not a
pwede naman
scientist,
po siya ngayon under direct contracting. Ibig po sabihin, ito talaga yung maapektuhan yung performance nung equipment, kung equipment po to. Like tayo ngayon po, hindi po tayo pwedeng gumamit ng parts ng sa elevator na ibang brand. Kasi you have to use the same brand. Yun po, allowed naman po yun even under the current rules. In fact, in the bill, we've clarified that na po para hindi po masyadong magulhan ng mga procuring entities. So, baka lang po kasi yun yung mga concerns po can be addressed under the proposal sa bill or under existing rules. Hindi lang po na-implement or hindi lang po na-apply ngayon currently.
Right.
Okay, so baka kailangan lang po talaga na mas ma-explain po namin ng mas maigi.
Sige, maybe there's a need to, for our office to sponsor a dialogue between the scientists and the...
If I may, sir, share, we had a consultation actually with the science, some science agencies. Isa po sa request nila was to be exempted for 50,000 and below. So we asked, bakit po kailangan ma-exempt? Kasi small value na lang po yun, napakaliit na amount. And the reason given was because yung pong binibilan nila doesn't have a mayor's permit. Sabi ko, the mayor's permit is a very simple legal requirement because you need to know if you're dealing with is really the person representing to be ABC company. Ang reason pong binigay is because yun naman pong provider nila is well-known, no? Online provider siya. But then, sabi ko nga po, kahit po kayo ma-exempt, hindi po kayo makakalusot sa COA kasi kailangan po ng documentation ng COA. Kahit po ilagay namin doon sa bill na exempted kayo for this amount, hindi pa rin po. Yun pong next concern nila are the equipments, which I think the bill already addresses with the merit base, the use of qualitative criteria. So you can now combine both not just consider the cost component but also some quality component. And maybe to that end po, I just wanted to perhaps echo lang yung pong current nating system na lowest calculated responsive bid, hindi po yan designed to give substandard or low quality products. We don't buy the cheapest in government. Ang challenge po kasi yung specifications. May nakita po akong presentation kanina on the GSM. Ang nakalagay na GSM is 50 instead of 70. Ganun po yung analogy ko. Kung yung papel na manipis to you is substandard, ilagay mo sa specification mo yung GSM na magko-qualify sa requirements mo para you don't actually buy the cheapest na 20 GSM. Unfortunately po, our specifications are very vague because it's a copy-paste mechanism. Kaya po nabanggit kanina, no, in my lectures pa I always say most of the procurement that fail has either a Frankenstein or an alien specification. Frankenstein because kinuha yung components na gusto nila across several brands. Alien kasi hindi nyo po siya makikita sa mundong ito. Kasi gumawa po sila ng baka customize ang kailangan nila. But they were thinking, meron dapat niyan sa merkado as if they post, the market will actually manufacture. So yun po kasi talaga yung challenges natin. Ngayon naman po, nag-open na tayo sa merit-based procurement where instead of just the cost, pwede na pong mag-identify ngayon si procuring entity, anong porsyento ng quality ang ibibigay mo sa pag-rank or pag-rate po ng mga suppliers. Pero hindi po nito re-resolve yung problema po natin where mali po yung specifications. Yun po yung gusto ko pong paalaala po sa ating mga procuring entities. Hindi rin po nito mariresolve yung kasi may mas gusto tayo, kasi mas maganda yung ino-offer niya, hindi po siya necessarily mariresolve noon. Kasi nga po, like ko sinasabi, ang lagi po request sa amin, baka po pwedeng substantially compliant na lang. Meaning, out of the 10 specification, siyam na lang. Like ko po sinasabi na kung siyam lang yung kailangan mo specification, yun na lang ilagay mo para you don't have to go substantial. Kasi you're applying now discretion. On the other hand, kung mas gusto mo pala ng mas mataas na specifications, like minsan po may nagtanong, bakit hindi namin pwedeng kuhanin yung nag-o-offer ng 2 terabyte instead of 1 terabyte, kahit na mas mahal yung 2 terabyte. Ang sagot ko lang po, dapat po nilagay yung requirement, 2 terabyte. So you don't have to be forced to actually award to the 1 terabyte. It's really a matter po kasi of the procuring entity identifying, hindi lang po mangongopya or magka-copy lang po ng specifications. Kaya matatawa po kayo sa procurement minsan ng motor vehicle, nakalagay pa po sa specification ang length and width and height kasi nagkopya lang po talaga sila sa online. When these are not really material specifications in a procurement. So yun lang po.
But I just to use a metaphor since you're talking about a car, no? Ang sinasabi natin, yung procuring entity, nandun na siya sa kalsada, tapos nakita niya pala, kailangan niyang umatras. Pero, imbis na paatras, is there no mechanism using the same metaphor na, ano na lang siya, bebuelta siya, tapos babalik siya. Well, what does the law provide for that?
When, ang ibig niyo pong sabihin, kung mali na.
Dapat nilagay nila sa procuring. Kung ano yung mechanism na makabalik sa doon? Kasi,
sa planning po kasi yun, sir. Otherwise,
wala
modification na po
In other
kasi
words,
yan.
wala na.
Opo.
It's too late.
You're applying discretion na, sir, eh.
Sa next bidding na.
Opo.
Actually, kung medyo in the middle of that procurement activity and, you know, in full honesty, na-realize mo, ay, teka muna, hindi pala ito yung kailangan ko. Then declare a failure of bidding, recast your technical specifications. Yun know, mangyayari.
Pwede yun.
Of course, opo. At
Okay.
Section 41 says,
except
Sen.
the time component is
Oo. Yun lang po, tama po.
more often than not there is a time component. Di ba?
Yes, opo.
So okay, so
And
we have to keep that in mind and think of a way to, kasi if the reality is most procurement units do not have the capacity, then let's not expect them to have it overnight.
Yes,
By
agree,
passing
sir.
this law.
Ang takot lang po nila palagi, ay teka, magpadududahan ako kasi ni-raise nung feeder during pre-bid conference na dapat ito na yung maganda sa buong mundo ngayon.
Tapos
Inadapt ko, naku, tailor fitting na ako, makukuha na ako. You know, but if that's really what you need, then buy it. That's what we say. If you need that, buy it.
Yeah.
Kasi mga paninindigan nyo naman po yan eh.
Yes, sir.
Pero in your experience, maybe NCPAG can chime in. May conviction ba yan for COA or ombudsman? Yung tailor fitting, to use your words.
Bawal po kasi yung tailor fitting naman. That's why under Section 18, you don't do the brand, but you mention the performance, functionality, and characteristics
What exactly is
specific.
tailor fitting?
Yung po, kunyari, ang gusto nyo ho ay
Baka
itong...
naman the line between
Certain
tailor
brand.
fitting and putting exact specification is too thin. That actual procurement units can no longer know the difference.
As the term connotes, Mr. Chair, tailor fitting is hecho derecho. Meaning to say,
Yeah.
sukat para sa'yo.
Sa'yo.
Yun ang yung technical specs mo.
Okay.
Yun ang tailor fitted po.
Actually,
Pero
sir,
yeah, but you also said that you must put it in your specification. So how is an procuring entity able to know before the fact that this is not tailor fitting and it is making an exact specification? Where does the line? Where's the line?
sir, ang lalagay mo sa specification mo, performance functionality requirement. Ang nilalagay po na agency lahat. Kaya nga po kulay, length, width, and height, pati yung type ng kulay. Bawat ibang brand, may tawag silang color. Mismong yun
Yung
ang
tailor
ilalagay
fitting
nila.
talaga.
Tailor fitting po yun.
Okay.
At yun nabanggit niyo po ano yung recourse natin.
So is it not better to put in the law? This is allowable. Ganyan.
Sir, dun po sa aming,
Is that in our bill? What is allowable?
dun po sa planning
Kasi hindi, baka to the professionals this is obvious, but maybe to the vast majority of government officials it's not obvious, di ba?
Sir, nilagay po namin sa proposal namin, sa planning, ano yung lalagay mo sa specification, which is performance functionality requirement. Hindi po kasi natin pwedeng ilagay sa bill or sa IRR anong specifications ang pwedeng ilagay, anong hindi. Kasi depende nga sa performance na hinahanap mo or functionality hinahanap mo. So yun po yung guidance po natin.
Hindi, pero let's operationalize that. O yung gustong bumili ng 2 terabytes instead of 1 terabyte. Pag nilagay niyan 2 terabytes, is that tailor fitting?
No.
So,
Because
pwede yun, kasi performance yun.
there's several pong brands offering that
Okay.
kind. Kaya nga po, ang nangyayari po kasi is that
Basta hindi sa isa lang.
after the fact po kasi ang nangyayari. After the fact, nung nag-open sila ng bid, may nag-offer na mas mahal ng konti, pero mas gusto nila yung specs of that particular brand.
MERB solve that?
It can eventually solve that, especially for mga complex equipment. Pero it should not be used naman po to be able to discretionarily look for another bidder that
Open
you
the
like.
door but not too wide.
Yes, parang ganun po. So, and in fact, sir, yung nabanggit niyo po na ano yung gagawin ko
Baka
kung
naman, kasi
nagkamali.
nabanggit nyo yung MERB may scoring. Baka naman doon mahirapan yung procuring entity sa scoring.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The parameters by which you will score the technicals, predefined na po yun eh.
Beforehand.
Beforehand, alam na ng market yun. So, may score. Kung ako nga talaga, ako ang magte-tailor fit as a market operator, I will tailor fit my product to the parameters provided by the procuring entity.
That is allowable tailor.
Yes.
Opo.
Hindi-
Siya yung magte-tailor
kasi hindi
fit.
siya tailor fitting, sir.
Not the bidding.
But sir, let me also say na we don't expect it to answer all problem because mas mahirap po 'yon kasi nga qualitative na. To be honest po, minsan computation lang nagkakamali pa po tayo eh. I mean basic cost computation. So ang importante po dito is number one, it's more complicated because now you will have to identify as a procuring entity at the start anong mas matimbang sa yung quality because the rules will not tell you because depende yan sa requirement mo. This would be very useful po for the equipment, no, mga science, mga complex equipment. Number two, dapat ready ka, meaning alam mo na kung anong quality ang mas matimbang dapat.
But that's the benefit for us. Paano kung hindi nga marunong yung procuring entity? Will he get into trouble because because of his ignorance? Hindi naman siguro, di ba?
Hindi naman sir kasi beforehand na-identify mo na anong quality criteria ang
Kasi siguro-
mas importante sa iyo eh.
Hindi, you're assuming a capacity where there may be none, di ba? So, Sige.
Actually, Mr. Chair, one of the new modality is the competitive dialogue, which is basically the two-stage bidding process in the IRR. Sabi natin, a procuring entity who needs something he feels necessary for them will have to necessarily develop a technical specification. Kung sa tingin niya kulang po yun, then they may adopt competitive dialogue. May first stage, kakausapin niya muna, ipag-dialogue sa mga market operators, and then tell them, ito po kasi maganda, ito, and then be eclectic, consolidate all what you need, and then define the final technical requirement, and then submit it for offers. That's the second stage. That's where your competitive dialogue will come in.
Alien.
Ay, hindi po.
Pag eclectic, alien na yung labas.
Hindi naman po. Kasi yung market operators who are present, they know their market. They know their product. They are
Hindi sila
experts in this
magsasabi na
field.
walang ganon.
Correct. Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Dr. Padilla. Pasensya na kung hindi ko, if it seems overly simplistic to ako, I'm just trying to simplify things also.
My comments will actually be about customs, but before that, I want to say that representing the science community, we really appreciate these efforts, and all we can say is that there are many scientists in the audience right now. Even if you plan well, even if this procurement is going to succeed, if customs is not going to be on board, it's going to be a failure.
Okay.
So I will speak now on behalf of the hospitals, the researchers, and the
We'll
patients.
arrange a session with
Yes.
customs. And we'll
Kasi-
ask that they
Kasi ganito po yun eh.
we'll get a commitment from them. How they can simplify things.
Yes, nagplano po kami na procure, na iwan sa customs, expired na ang reagents, expired na ang gamot, expired na ang gatas ng mga pasyente namin for rare diseases. So we really appreciate that you will intervene on our behalf.
Yeah.
Thank you po.
Hindi lang ako, sila rin mag-intervene din si DBM. Kasi sayang pera di ba? So DBM has an interest in good management and good government. Yeah. Any other comments, suggestions, criticisms?
One final note, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Go ahead, Attorney.
You asked a while back, Your Honor, if there are officers convicted of, Your Honors, in the most recent decision of the Supreme Court,
Yeah.
in the case of Ombudsman for Mindanao versus Richard Martel.
Ito yung na-dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor. For administrative component, the back and the back alone shall be held liable. The end users, Your Honor, the ones who are planning, who made the recommendation, which was adopted at the back, were all
Acquitted.
Yes, Your Honor. But as far as criminal aspect, it's different. All of them were acquitted in the Supreme Court because according to the Supreme Court, it is not enough that you would violate RA 9184. You have to prove the element of RA 3019. So, Your Honors, again, we submit and we join the GPPB that it's really planning that should be given focus to, and Your Honors, our end user
You have good
representative.
planning when you don't have good planners.
So,
Diba? That's the question.
Your Honors, actually for the technical.
How are you going to require good planning when you don't have good planners? You keep on requiring it, but you don't have good planners. And yet we'll still insist on it.
And like, of course, Your Honor, NCPAG, the Dean, maybe you can tell the plan to our.
If I may,
Kaya
Your
gusto
Honor.
natin, we want to simplify it para even, the most unseasoned person will not get into trouble and will make the best deal for the government. And I think, in a sense, we've done it because you have options to him, di ba? Hindi siya mako-convict kung whether pinili niya yung lowest price or yung merit, hindi siya mako-convict, di ba? Hindi siya makakasuhan. That's the hope, di ba? Tama ba?
Mr. Chair, actually po, the procurement reform in the Philippines, as a matter of fact, came in a bit late.
Came in.
Late. Oo, kasi yung mga ibang bansa ho, nag-advance na sila 30 years
Nag-adapt
back.
tayo ng pasay na.
Hindi naman po.
Oh.
It is really a innovative legislation at that time.
Mhm.
And then also it was couched on graft and again to combat graft and corruption kasi nung umpisa eh.
Yeah.
Kaya nga if we may sinasabi ko namin on a personal note baka tanggalin na natin yung criminal aspect kasi a procurement law is really an administrative law. Ano po, if you look at other jurisdictions, baka tayo lang yung merong
Say
criminal
administrative law.
yung procurement law po is an administrative law. As a matter of fact, if you look at the admin code,
But
nandun po
we
yan.
look at it as like a criminal law. Parang ganon.
Kasi po, nandun po yung mga grounds.
Punitive, parang punitive
Opo, and as
siya.
mentioned na nga ho, even if when we were testifying before the Sandigan Bayan before, the grounds are in 3019,
Yeah.
not in RA 9184. So, parang mawala pati yung takot ng mga Bids and Awards Committee, Back Secretariat, Technical Working
I
Group.
think that's one goal. That should be one
Maybe-
goal of this new law, di ba?
Maybe, yun na po, i-recast natin, admin na lang. Pwede namang administrative liability po.
Okay, yeah.
No? And then, another thing ho, yung
What did
pong,
we provide daw? May criminal
andun pa
pa rin?
po eh.
We retain the, so your recommendation, if the body agrees, then we'll make it administrative.
We're
di ba?
taking of that po. And then the other
Without
thing,
prejudice to any prosecution under
opo, kasi
3019. di ba?
may 6713 pa po. Conflict of interest. So, Mr. Chair, yung pong binanggit po kanina ni Attorney Villanueva, yung kaya ho in the 2016 IRR, if you will see there, the end user is made responsible also. Kasi nga ho, pag kami nadidemanda, Hope, mademanda, BAC, Technical Working Group, at saka Secretariat. Nasaan yung end user nung nagkakape? But actually, it's the end user who developed the entire technical requirement, even studied the market. So in the 2016
Wait,
IRR,
who's the end user there?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Di ba yung head,
Yung
di ba head of
implementing unit po na nag-develop na yung may kailangan bilhin, kunyari gusto niya bumili ng 10 laptop, sila yung nag-develop ng requirements
hindi
po
sila
na yun.
kasama.
Hindi ko na-demanda kasi but in the 2016 IRR, but I think that case was filed before the 2016
So
IRR.
where's the problem lie there? It's in the law. The law was not did not do a good job of defining accountability.
Actually po, meron lang po accountability. Not in the, yun nga po yung binabanggit ko, not in RE 9184 because there are other allied laws, allied legislations that
You're saying 9184 ends mandatory law should not be the defining accountability
Mr. Chair, as a
anymore.
matter of fact,
Okay,
I've been hearing many
understand that.
times over, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
and I feel bad about it because we really push for the passage of RA 9184.
Yeah,
But the people are saying, RA 9184 made it hard for us to procure. Example, Mr. Chair, tax clearance. Hindi naman, wala naman po yan sa RA 9184.
But it has to be built out.
It is born by Revenue Regulation 16-2005. Kineri lang namin because we want to help other agencies, for example, the BIR, to collect taxes. Di po ba? So, may mga ganong mechanism under RA 9184 na hindi naman po amin. Example, pickup. Wala naman sa RA 9184 yon. It's in RA 4566. But we put it there. Why? Because we want, again, to assist. You see, para pong nangyayari, naging cudgel for blames yung RA 9184 when
Right.
it is not. Sa
Okay.
matter of fact, the World Bank said it's one of the best legal framework on government procurement. At least at that time po. So at least
Okay.
we changed the...
Tamang-tama, nag-uusap tayo ngayon. So if that's the sentiment, then I will remove these criminal penalties that we just carried over from the existing law because from our point of view, mas madaling to justify. That's already in the law, di ba? But if that's the view, then just give us an explanation and if you support that, attorney. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, because based on the decision of the Supreme Court, it would appear, Your Honor, that is now the
Philosophy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
However, in actual execution of project, problem lies with also no disrespect to COA and the Office of the Ombudsman, FIB. They're not aware, maybe, I would not want to pass judgment that the end user is the root of all these procurement projects. They're the ones who provided for this PPMP. The BAC merely
Implemented.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
That's the actual thing that's happening,
Sige.
Your Honor.
Sige. Give us your recommendations and justifications for that and we will...
I think it's carried over the point the proposal because the end user, as defined now in the IRR, is responsible, dinefine na po na si end user, pinload po doon na siya yung magde-develop ng tech specs, ng bidding documents and all. So may responsibility siya.
Okay.
So dapat
okay.
makapture ho ng mga prosecutors na yung end user may
Right,
responsibility sa procurement.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But with respect to the penalties, yung decriminalizing it but making it administrative without prejudice to 3019 and 6713. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Mensch.
Kasi, I have to represent a group of researchers, no? A while ago, I explained the situation at the customs, no? Yung kanina, sinabi ko, good planning, procurement, delay. But, in the field of research, there is the realm of the unknown. So, ito yung, we are going to submit case studies to show that there are times when you can't really predict something, but to respond to answer a question in research, then it may not fit in any of the modes
How is
you're
that
going
relevant
introduce.
to the
Kasi
discussion?
po ganito, ang usual statement nga sinasabi natin ay research and science is going to provide the solutions for the problems of the world, of the country. And which means the solutions we will give you may be very new, and it may need something that is not within the realm of procurement. So maybe to put this into, to contextualize it, we're going to submit case studies so that you can see how it's going to work. I know the deadline before the end of the week. We will submit case studies for your group to take a look on how they can be accommodated in this amendment.
Right now.
Okay.
A short version, please.
Oh, present na.
Hello, Isaiah from UP Marine Science Institute. So for example lang po, for the organic chemists, synthetic chemists, so they need to synthesize something. Pero hindi nag-work yung reaction, hindi nag-work yung experiment. They have to buy another reagent, or they have to be able to adapt very quickly. Ako po ay nag-work sa US National Lab at marami po talagang failed experiments bago mag-launch. So kailangan po very agile yung procurement na pwede akong magsabi na, okay, nag-fail yung experiment ko before lunchtime, I will buy something. By 3 p.m. that day, nakuha ko na po yung reagent, and then it moves,
Okay, that's beyond me, the solution to that, no? So I
anyway,
suggest you sit down with DBM. Baka naman the problem is not in the procurement, but in the budgeting. Maybe you should have an item for contingencies. Like in the GAA, there is a contingent fund, meaning pag hindi na, there's a law passed during the year na hindi mo na foresee. That's answers for it. Your disasters exceeded your projected ones. So meron kang ganun, di ba? At saka COA, nako-COA ka? Wait.
Baka issue din kasi yung COA rules, sir. Kasi sabi niya, after lunch, nabili na niya. Pagdating sa payment kasi we deal with COA rules. Hindi naman po yan.
After lunch, nabili mo na? Ha?
Yung pong agility na kailangan.
Sa US nabili mo na yun. But you have to
po.
study nga what allowed in their system. Baka naman you're focusing on something that it's a different, it's apples to oranges. That's what I'm saying, di ba? Baka it's not their procurement, but it's agility within your budgetary framework, di ba? Yeah, okay. So Director Santiago, Attorney Rosales, on this topic, please, and then back to the science.
Mr. Chair, bako po yung in-offer nating bagong modality, yung direct acquisition po. Though, ngayon 100, ang tanong ko lang po, magkano ho kaya yung reagent?
Magkano yon yung reagent? Yeah. Huwag na ho kayong malis dyan, ma'am. Diyan na po kayo.
tumataas po yung reagents. So for example, the kits that we buy are around 120,000.
For a reagent.
For a box of 96 reactions. So
Ano po, aralin po natin ho yung threshold. Yung current proposal po kasi 100,000. Ngayon, pag in-increase na po natin yung shopping and small value to 2 million, we may want to increase direct acquisition to 500,000 or 1 million. But it will be up for the committee.
That would help them, this case. That would address this case.
Yes, but kasi ho yung aming 100,000 proposal.
Do you have best practices from other countries?
We'll check.
Because I'll give you an example. When we passed the customs modernization law, that's why now when you order from Amazon, if it's below 10,000, you don't pay any tax because parang in worldwide, that is the threshold for a sample. Nag-canvas kami worldwide. So is there an equivalent for this, for example, in the scientific community for those contingencies based on experience? Is there a figure you can give us?
We can generate
sige,
from
balikan nyo na lang
data
kami.
that we have.
Sige. Okay. And then maybe you tell us if you think it's reasonable or not. Okay. So that's one possible solution. Anything else? Yes, the attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So listening, I'm not sure now whether really the new mode of acquisitions or procurement would really solve the problem of our researchers. So because originally I know they are actually asking for exemptions in the Procurement Act. Kasi sir, experience-wise, kahit po maliit na item yan, available in the market. Ang haba po kasi ng procurement process.
Kaya nga direct
3 hours.
direct purchase na nga pinag-uusapan, ma'am, para to shorten. Hindi mo nadadaanan yung buong proseso ulit.
Parang Mr. Chair, kahit po direct, may PR pa rin yan na kailangang ma-process. Hindi may documents pa rin po kasi that needs to...
Siyempre po, you cannot totally dispense with any documentary requirements. So, hindi ka namimili ho ng...
I think matter, Mr. Chair, of operationalizing this modality in the IRR. Like for example ho, meron hong terminology na ginamit sa shopping off-the-shelf goods. So nakikita nyo ho yung goods dyan, ready na, mabibili niya, mahahawakan niya palit lang ho ng bayad at nasa inyo na yung goods nyo. Baka ho po pwedeng i-relax po yung mechanism na yan, nasabihin na wala lang requirement, nakuha ko na yung good ko Yan ang gusto ko yung coffee maker na
But
yan.
I don't think that will apply to scientific equipment. Because it's not readily available off the shelf. Diba?
Meron po rin ho kasing nabanggit noon na merong mga equipment na readily available. You know, direct acquisition can
Yung
be a
reagent,
lot of
nabibili ba sa
benefits.
Lazada yan? Sa Lazada. Hindi nga, subsidy. So baka hindi applicable yun. Well, let's be constructive, and if you have a suggestion, you propose it to make this because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to harness our collective experiences and wisdom or lack of wisdom to come up with a solution, di ba? So rather than be critical, you propose something that you think will make it better, ma'am. Sige, okay, Dr. Patolina. We have session, hindi lang itong trabaho ko, I'm not the
This may be my final intervention. And this is a suggestion really to the institutions. It may not concern GPPB and DBM. We have to set up our own system for research, management, and administration. This is a very different activity. The rhythm of research and development is very different from instruction and extension. If you don't set that up, your problem about documentation will just eat up 50 to 60% of the time of the researcher who is supposed to do the science. That is our problem now, Mr. Chair. These institutions...
But if that's the case and it's a problem, sir, sorry for the interruption, but if it's a problem that is common to our scientific institutes and researchers, then let's develop a solution like yung sabi ko, parang contingent fund within the scientific institute. So to answer for these contingencies, kumbaga.
Yes, but
it's not just purely procurement solution, it's a budgetary solution. Diba?
But in addition to that, Mr. Chair, they have to set up a unit, a dedicated unit. We call it a grants administration unit. It's really dedicated to help people budget, help people procure, so that the expertise that you said, we need good planners. They are the ones who will be providing that support.
You're saying should set it up?
No, the institutions.
So each institute should set that up. Okay, yeah, why not? If you can. I thought you're busy researching. How can you set that up?
Well, the institutions administration, the University of the Philippines, for example, should be able to set that up. The source of the funds would definitely be from government. So it depends on how the universities will cope with it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But yun nga, UP is another thing altogether. UP has this reputation for being really slow actually in procurement. Naglagay kami ng pondo for a tennis court. Ma-implement lang yun 3 years later. That's just no. So there's something there, no, that maybe I think I don't need to intervene. We don't need to intervene because there's enough brain power in UP to solve that, no. So but yes, definitely let me reiterate, let's work together, no, and come up with something constructive para hindi naman sayang yung pag-meet natin today. So and I'll welcome any suggestions for the scientists. Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, from Mensipag po. No? I just like to circle back to the issue of capacity building because it seems to me that that's really a big problem now, no? And maybe in as far as the reform is concerned, we might want to consider bringing in the role of the universities in terms of training and continuing education, no? We of course we at NCPAG are very open, and in fact we have started looking into how we can actually develop some executive programs or even maybe even
Why don't you develop a module? Di ba may module kayo sa mga
yes sir.
congressman pagbago?
Yes po.
Di
It's
ba?
just-
May
yeah.
1 week, di ba? How to session.
Pero,
The Philippine Constitution. Di ba? Meron kayong
Yes sir,
ganon?
yes sir. We have
Gawa rin kayo sa mga back at saka sa procuring entity, di ba?
Opo. Ang
meron na kayo nun?
we also take note po, Mr. Chair, the fact that while we're at the one of the important stakeholders really is the higher education, but we note that in the GPPB board, the higher education sector is not represented, if I may note. Tama po ba, Ma'am Weng, ano?
DepEd lang.
DepEd lang po. So
Oo.
maybe
DepEd
that's,
po.
but this may not require, of course, the amendment of the law. It's just in the matter of the IRR.
Wala daw imbitasyon yung higher
Sir,
education.
Kung pansinin niyo po, when we submitted the proposal, we did national sectoral consultation, including MSMEs and CSOs and even international
Right,
counterparts. So we do consultation naman po in the issuance of IRR and also
I don't
in the
think it's
proposal
consultation,
within-
Director. I think it's capacity building that he's
Sa
talking
capacity
about.
building naman
yeah.
po, we actually have 13 partner SUCs. This year po, we'll be expanding to private HAZE
Okay.
and including other private organizations that will offer training to help us po boost capacity.
Okay.
We're also doing a lot of training programs.
Why don't
din
you
po.
partner with UP and CPAG?
Kapartner na po ang UP.
you're
Hindi po
already a partner
NCPAG.
Not
Pero
NCPAG. Sino?
kasama na po ang UP NEC. So we have UP
NEC,
Diliman, UP Los Baños, kasama po
Engineering?
siya.
Engineering?
Engineering
Center. Okay. But you're open to working?
We've actually
Tayo nyo magtingin
invited.
na.
We've
Ay,
actually sent invites po.
Okay na. Okay. Sige. Okay. Thank you. Sakit ng ulo to. Any other last comments? But again, thank you. I think it's not been a waste of our time. So salamat especially to GPPB and DBM, UP. I know many of you are here and you're not being paid for appearing here. So thank you. Thank you for your service to the country and the nation. Salamat po. Thank you. We'll suspend this meeting.